There you go. Oh, now it should work. Okay. I think now we figured it out after some challenges. Let me know if the sound is a little bit too loud or too low or anything. So nothing. Okay. Wait, let me know again. Okay, there we go. Yes. All right. Is it loud enough or is it too loud or what's the what's the deal? Oh, I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it somehow changed the input thing. Volume is good. Okay, thank you. All right. Well then then we can get started now, which is perfect timing because just now the games got started as well. So let's get into it, I guess. Okay, let's see. On the top board we have Evgenia against Anand, and they are playing an interesting Caro. Let's see. Okay, actually, one of the few e4s that we see this tournament. Everybody's been playing d4, c4, knight of 3 kind of stuff. E4 has been a little bit rare, and this is the second Caro-Kann at least that we've seen, and the d3 variation, I think it's called the Briar. Interesting. If I'm going to be honest, I don't really know anything about this variation. I personally, I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen this one, but I personally like the Tal variation, and when they play this, there's this little cute queen trap thing that exists, and then you play like something like this. I don't know exactly how it goes, but this is kind of an opening trap for for white. So if you guys are ever looking for some sneaky play against a Caro-Kann, I can only recommend this. I've won a lot of games with this in Blitz and Rapid even. Okay, so but that's not what they're playing. They're actually serious players, so they don't play anything of the sort. Also, wait, I can't see chat. Let me just quickly. I have a bit of an awkward setup because I have two screens, but I can't use the small screen for anything because that's only for the camera. But I guess I can put chat here, so let's see. Okay, so hello Lamprocomundo. By the way, you guys let me know if you have any particular games you want me to go to, or if you have any questions about any of the positions. Not guaranteeing that I can answer them competently, but I can at least try. Okay, so this is interesting. I don't know why white would necessarily play like this. This just seems quite pleasant for black if you ask me. I don't know, but I'm sure Evgenia has some ideas behind it. Okay, let's see the next game. Lara on board 2. Oh wow, she's doing well apparently. I'm not entirely sure about the standings. Actually, let me quickly check the standings. Maybe I can show them to you as well. Let me see about the standings. So in the Masters, after round 3, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this. Oh, actually, this doesn't work. Okay. Evgenia is in first place with 2.5 points, then along with Jacob and Anand. Or Kumar, I'm not actually 100% sure. And then Alex Baburin with 2 points, Oishin, Lara also on 2 points. So there are 6 people with 2 and above. So those are going to be the top 3 boards, I guess, and these are going to be the main contenders for victory. So if you guys have any favorites, let me know maybe your bets on who's going to win the tournament. Is Alex gonna be there and prove his status as a GM? Is he gonna dominate the field in the last 2 rounds, or is someone else going to take the title away from him? I think the Boulder Cup he won. One of the other relatively big open tournaments that we had in Ireland a couple weeks ago. I think Alex managed to tie for first, but I think Jacob also did well in that one. So yeah, all right. So let's look at the game. Jacob against Lara. So d4, more along those lines that we know here. Oh, and we have a Benoni. Interesting. I personally really dislike playing against a Benoni. I'm not sure if this is a common thing, but I think many people don't really love playing against a Benoni. It's kind of tricky structurally sometimes, and you have to be careful as white to not get locked down. Black often has these ideas of expanding on the queen side, but also it's not always easy to get your center going as white. Black is always, or well, often going to end up with a weakness on d6 if these pawns ever get traded, for example, like this. At some point, something like this can happen with when black tries to break with e6, and then they're going to end up with a weakness on d6 that white can play against. But it's very, very dynamic. So let's see what kind of setup Lara goes for. I know that she plays the Catalan. She likes to play the Catalan, and if you have a Catalan kind of repertoire, many people who play the Catalan like to go for something like g3. I personally also play these kinds of setups since I've started playing the Catalan a little while ago. So these g3 kind of setups are very solid. You don't have maybe as much of an advantage in the Benoni as you should have objectively, but I think it's very hard to prove this advantage anyway. So for non-GM players, so I think the G3 systems are quite good. Okay, so she goes with the triangle early and an early f4. Okay, yeah, that's also a very standard response. You might in the future run into some trouble if you, let's say, develop your pieces naturally and then you castle. You always have to be careful of this bishop sometimes someday becoming a real monster. So you have to be careful not to trade off the wrong pieces in a careless manner. And she played knight f3 here. Yeah, okay, looks very standard so far. Well, for Benoni it does anyway. The 4 pawns attack. And yeah, this is probably going to be quite an exciting game. I think the pawn storm can always make the game very spicy. At some point, white is going to be looking to get this in, but also one of black's other plans is that kind of in other Benoni structures to put the knight here. So keeping this pawn there is also just a way of saying, no, you can't do that. I might have a weak diagonal here, but also at least you can't put your knight on the ideal square. So that's good. Oh, we have 11 viewers, our nice little double-digit number. Let's see. Okay, next game, Oisin against Alex. Okay, this one's interesting. I think Oisin is quite, well, reasonably young. I think he's a junior. I think he's like, I don't know, 18-ish, I think. So he's playing a GM today. Let's see what he chooses to go with. Also a d4 opening. As I've said, like, the e4 openings have been in the great minority in this tournament. It's actually very curious. Like, historically, I guess e4 is supposed to have been quite the dominant choice when it comes to amount of games played, but now the other openings are really starting to catch up. I guess Well, at the top level, I suppose a lot of it has to do with the e4 e5s being so heavily theoretical, and maybe this has been dripping down to the amateur level somewhat. Or, well, I mean, we have some GMs here, so not really amateur, but like we also have quite many amateurs in this tournament. Anyway, okay, so we have a Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit declined. Knight c3, okay. And the exchange variation. Not a reputation for the most exciting games, this one. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, Queen c2. Yeah, so far everything is very standard, I think. This is all supposed to be quite theoretical, I believe. Yeah, we have this sort of structure. Oh, f3, huh? Yeah, I guess. Okay, this is. Oh yeah, actually, I think in these positions this is also quite a common plan. Actually, hey Constantino, by the way. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, I think actually this is quite common as well in these kind of structures. You play f3, trying to go get e4 in. In similar structures, these Carlsbad kind of positions, there is of course also ideas to play here instead of knight e2. You can play knight f3, and then your plan would most likely involve some kind of minority attack, attacking this kind of solid pawn structure that black has, and creating some weaknesses, and then ending up with like your extra pawn in the center being the difference in the end. Okay, so you try to get some play on the queen side. Yeah, but Oishin went. Actually, I'm not even sure. I'm not Irish, so I'm not 100% confident that I'm pronouncing all these Irish names correctly. Well, all these, I guess that's the only one we had so far. But feel free to correct me on that. Anyway, he chose to go with this kind of knight e2 f3 plan, which is, I think, very solid. So let's see how that goes in the future. Okay, next game, Pete Morris. Actually, Pete Morris, he played b4 before in this tournament. Let's see what he did this time. Oh yes, okay. Okay, Pete went with b4 again. I think it's his kind of signature opening. 1b4. Okay, c6 is a reply. I can't say I've ever seen this myself. I mean, not that I've really played a lot of b4, but usually people play e5, and I think the variation usually, I think the thing that's supposed to be good for black is just to trade off. It looks kind of weird maybe to trade this pawn for the central pawn, but in fact this pawn is kind of weak. The rook doesn't necessarily want to move off, but like these pawns as a duo, they work quite well to take space, but the a pawn on its own, not always quite so lucky. But okay, and then you just sort of develop normally, always making sure to not blunder your rook, which happens in these kind of positions. I think Diana has played these things a couple of times, and in her junior career, I think she has a couple of games in the database where her opponents hang the rook very early on. But okay, so b4, c6, interesting, and d5. Of course, you could have played d5 right away. Not sure why we start with d6, c6. Oh, and queen to b6. This is interesting because it's quite known that Pete plays this b4 stuff. So I would assume that people are prepared against it. So I always find it interesting when someone plays like an opening that's supposed to be dodgy at best. What people try to cook up against him. Sometimes they don't try for anything special. Yeah, but he seems to have some ideas here. I'm not sure it's good, but definitely definitely some ideas. Okay, So they've been playing reasonably quickly. White got some queenside expansion going with his pawns. Now, black doesn't really want to take this pawn over, because then you invite this bishop to this nice little outpost. Also, the knight could one day come there as well, and that wouldn't be great positionally. Also, it would leave your pawn chain a little bit awkward. Otherwise, you're gonna lock out your bishop if you ever play e6. Also, this bishop, I don't think it's 100% committed yet. I guess e6 is gonna be the option eventually, but it's not entirely clear yet where this bishop belongs. It's not entirely clear. To my eyes, this looks a bit awkward development-wise for black. I think, like, I don't really love the setup. The pieces seem to be a little bit awkward. I'm not sure about like the squares that they really want to be on. So this seems like probably it's equal, but I would say that this would be easier to play for white, because white has some more natural developing plans. But okay, we'll see how it goes. Okay, next game, Jason against James. Okay, also quite many moves have been played. Oh, we have another e4 and another Caro-Kann. This has been sort of the popular response to e4 this tournament. I'm not sure we've seen a single Sicilian or e4, e5 in the whole master section, which is actually quite incredible, because I think there are 7 games per round. Let me see. Yeah, 7 games per round. And this is round 4, and I don't think we've had a single e4, e5 or Sicilian, which are the most common openings, I think, period. I don't even think it's only with e4, e5. With e4, I think those two should be some of the most popular period across all openings. But okay, we have another Caro-Kann. Oh, an exchange variation. Well, this doesn't have a great reputation for exciting chess. I guess people would say that this tends to be a little bit dry, but oops, okay, sorry, clicked on the wrong thing there. This tends to be a little bit dry, but let's see, do we have any people here who like to play the exchange variations of maybe the Caro and the French? In my experience, people who play the exchange Caro also like to play the exchange French. They sort of give similar structures, except in one you have an E pawn, and in one you have a C pawn that gets traded. Yeah, this is a common move, h3, in these exchange structures, because it's often difficult, because the bishop develops to d3 quite early and it's an e4 opening. Often it leads to a situation where the black light square bishop doesn't really have a great square. And the same goes for sometimes, especially in the exchange French, not so much in the exchange Caro, I guess, because you still have the e pawn, so the bishop d6 development doesn't come naturally as early. But yeah, h3, quite common. Maybe this is a little earlier than you usually see it. Maybe you usually make use of this still dormant bishop to put your bishop on f4 while it's uncontested. And then I quite like the position for white usually. I think this is also why, in my very limited, limitedly educated opinion, the exchange Caro is slightly more pleasant to play than the exchange French. Although you can, of course, say, okay, in the exchange Caro, you still have your central pawn as black, which should be a good thing. So you have an extra central pawn, but your development is a little bit more awkward. So that's, I guess, the deal that you're making. Anyway, okay, so he played e5 right away. interesting. And I assume that might also be a good reason. If e5 is possible right away, that might be a good reason to play why you should play bishop f4 instead of h3. I think move order wise, it takes some options away from black. That is if this is actually a good move, which let's see if it is. E5. At least it looks sort of like it's bringing dynamics into the position. Black might well end up with this isolated d-pawn, which is actually kind of common for Caro-Kann structures, which sort of often resemble some queen's pawn openings structures when the pawns get traded and black is left with an isolated queen pawn. Someone is being naughty in chat. I don't think we want any advertising. I don't know how to ban people or to delete things. Petition to make 17 his channel. I mean, wait, Jeremy, wait, why aren't you mod? Did Diana unmod you? Oh no, what happened there? Finally, I can hop on stream and see him. Yes, well, I will make my own channel in time. But for now, I guess I'm taking over Diana's like 3 or 4 months ago. Really? Oh my. Mistakes were made. Hello, Pond26535. Is that a specific number, or did you just hit the keyboard? Roll your face on the keyboard? Oh, sure, fisticuffs. My mobile number is, well, okay, well, I probably shouldn't say it on stream. I'll direct message it to you. I'm on Diana's account, so I'll. Okay. It's a specific number. Yeah, I know it. Thanks, Pond. What's the numbers? What does the number stand for, Pond? I'm curious. This is very, very specific. Oh, I can also click on people's names and ban. Okay. Let's do that. Goodbye. Haha, my first ever ban. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so some pi thing. Interesting. Or is it some pi thing? That's just what I assume when I see 3.14. But why these particular numbers? Like, why this particular stretch? It is a pi thing. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. It's a great feeling, Jeremy. Maybe I'm on a roll. Maybe I'll ban you too. Haha. Take some revenge for all the times I got banned. Anyway, let's see. Given that my name starts with pi, not proof. What is going on in the stream? Are you playing some chess or just talking? Well, let me tell you. You never banned me, Jeremy. Interesting. Okay, maybe it was only the others. Okay, well, see you later, Jeremy. I hope you'll come in. Okay, so, Izern, 88. I'm just commentating. This is the Sligo Spring Chess Tournament, as you can see on the screen. Up, I don't know where my mouse is, like up there somewhere, I suppose. I guess you can't see it when my mouse is on the overlay. And it's happening in, well, Sligo, Ireland right now. We have some very strong players playing. We have a GM, a WGM, and some contenders for the title. This is round 4 of 5. It's a little weekend tournament, and I think there's probably 6 players that are still in contention for the win. They're on 2 and a half or 2 points respectively, so they're still in with a shot at winning. I'm assuming no one is going for a GM norm. No, there are no GM, not going to be any GM norms this tournament. There are not enough GMs in this master section. But we did have in a couple of weeks ago in the Boulder Cup, we had, I think, a little bit of a stronger lineup even than this. This is already a very strong lineup, but in the Boulder Cup we had some people who could have made a norm. Anyway, okay, let's quickly no problem. Wizern, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. But anyway, let's just look quickly at this interesting opening. E5, D takes E, knight takes, and okay, knight F3, giving away the bishop pair, which I think it makes sense because if you don't do that, let's say if you were to move your bishop, black could probably find a way to gain some really good initiative, castle quickly, and you're going to be a little bit behind on that, and it might get dangerous for you. Also, black might get some opportunities to exchange off the d pawn and create some weakness in white's camp instead. So knight to f3 looks like the right move to me. Okay, and queen takes, and okay, so far so standard. Now eventually black or white does provoke black to play h6. It's always a bit of a discussion. Do you want to play bishop g5, provoke h6? Do you want to maybe try to keep the pin? Gets into some interesting complexities, especially because if you keep the pin here, you might as well, or you might eventually be able to make use of that with a kingside attack. However, at the same time, you don't have an e-pawn anymore, and often for a kingside attack, it's crucial to have some sort of wedge in the center to prevent black's pieces from freely coming to defend the king. And also you're lacking a light square bishop, which is often key for sort of attacks on h7. So yeah, he provokes h6, which might still serve as a hook for some attack later, because now the pawn is on a dark square, which is hit. Now you might eventually have some tricks. You know, there's always these kinds of ideas where the knight might be undefended at some point when the queen moves, and then black's queen might get here. Anyway, this is all very far down the road. But let's see what they played. Okay, so black is trying to go for some queenside play. White is already sort of setting up to control the square in front of the pawn, which is, if you ever read some Nimzovich, for example, passed or isolated pawns like to be blockaded, or rather don't like to be blockaded, and therefore white likes to put the best blockading piece, a knight, on the square right in front of the pawn. And also it's very important to control the advancing square of the pawn. So in this case d4, and you can see all white's pieces, well, not this knight yet, but eventually it will probably jump to b3 and d4 or something of the like, maybe also like this. Yeah, so white is having the theoretically correct setup against black's kind of position. And here black decides to go for b5, which is interesting. Black might want to try to undermine this c pawn, which would then force black to give up the defense of the d4 square with a pawn. So if if black ever manages to turn this into a pass pawn, this might turn from a weakness into a strength. I mean, it's not really that much of a weakness yet. We'll have to see how white can exploit it. But I mean, eventually, I guess you guys can imagine the rooks are going to come to the half-open file, put some extra pressure on the pawn, and black is going to be relatively tied down. At least the knight will have to stay on the square, and that will allow, I don't know, it might allow some setup that eventually leads to an attack as well. But okay, this is early days. Although Jason has been thinking for quite a while, actually, he thought 8 minutes for knight to d2, and then he's been thinking again after b5. So James still has 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock, playing pretty much instantly, just using his 30 seconds increment. And Jason is down to 1 hour and 7 minutes. So this could spell trouble in the long run, especially because if you guys remember the time control of this tournament, it's 90 plus 30, but no extra time after move 40. Yeah, so there's no way once you run out of time, you still have the increment, but you're never gonna get like a big chunk of time again. Oh, thank you for the raid, Sai Amit. Thanks a lot. Also, thank you for the photos, by the way, fisticuffs. I will, Craig, I guess. I will take a look at them. Maybe we can show some of them later on. You're already following. That's great. Thanks for the raid. Also, thank you for following Patruk. Could you tell me how to enable channel points, please? I can't. I don't know. On your channel, you mean, or for you personally? I know that in some countries, I think it's not possible or something. Or actually, no, I think just the betting is not possible. On your channel, I don't know. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to ask someone else. I'm really not sure. But also, I'm assuming that you could find it on like some sort of Twitch FAQ or something. Yeah. Oh, you have to be affiliate. Okay, that would explain why it might be difficult. Okay. Anyway. Let's go back to our view of the games. Okay, Leon against Dylan. Dylan is actually he's from the US, so I'm not sure how come he's in Ireland, but he has a long way to get to the tournament. And I think he's FIDE, in terms of FIDE, he's the lowest rated in the tournament, but he has 1 win. So he's doing okay. Oh, he works for Chessable. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you, Fisticuffs. That's great. He also, I know him from Chess Dojo. He actually participated in the first season of a competition that I was helping to organize as well a little bit. Well, not helping to organize, but like following. 1813 ECF. Okay. I don't know. Has Dylan been playing a lot recently? He used to have a YouTube channel, Dylan, Chess Lifestyle. And I think along with another English player, his name is Michael, I don't know, Michael something, Green or something, I think. They used to do YouTube content. I think the channel's been a little quiet for some time now. I wonder if Dylan's gonna do some content from this tournament. Probably Fisticuffs knows this as well. Anyway, let's see. We have another wow. We have another Caro-Kann. This is very popular. It's actually shockingly popular. How's the challengers getting on? Well, okay, we'll check the challengers in 1 second. I just want to quickly go through all the Masters games, and then we can take a look at the challengers after. Yeah, so Dylan also playing the Caro-Kann. That's 3 Caro-Kanns in 1 round. That's the only e4 opening we ever see, apparently, in this one. Okay, he goes for the c5 variation. I'm not sure what it's called. So this is actually one of the big debates in the Caro-Kann. So either you bring out your bishop on move 3 and say, okay, the whole point of playing the Caro-Kann as opposed to the French is to get my bishop out. Whereas if you play like this with c5, it looks a bit weird, you know. It looks like you're playing the French tempo down, but it's not quite that, because here white sort of usually has to take, otherwise the bishop does actually come out. It always looked very strange to me, but it's definitely a sound way to play. Okay, so the usual, very much most common move is d takes c5 here, and then we get some sort of variation that goes like this. So you play e6, trying to get your pawn back, and now you again got this kind of not great bishop, this kind of French bishop, even though it comes from a Caro-Kann. But here black plays e6 usually, and then here white has a couple of choices. I think a3 is a move. Bishop e3 is a move. Probably can play knight f3 as well and just give up the pawn. But I think a3 is the theoretical move, and then something like this. But I personally always liked like this kind of thing, which gets a little bit sharper, and black has to invest some effort into playing or into getting this pawn back. White's dream is sort of to make black play d4 in order to get the pawn back, and saying, okay, this pawn is now going to be overextended and we can maybe try to win it eventually. But okay, we didn't have any of that, so let's look at what happened in the game. Knight f3 right away. Dylan does not want to take the pawn. I don't know about this. This seems a bit... Let's look at the opening book. Let's look at the opening book for a second. Okay, so knight h6, already 0 games found in this position. And bishop e3 is not very common, only 1 game in this position as well. Usually people take on c5 now. And yeah, I can imagine that this is not great. This is not great probably for white, because you're gonna have to take with the bishop, and then already this is an awkward setup. Your bishop on d4, it can be taken at any point. Black's gonna get the bishop pair, and you can even get the bishop out still. And now I think this has been a great opening success for black. White has this sort of, I mean, you might say this is going to be a good pawn in the long run. You might get some kingside attacking chances eventually, but for the moment, I would say that this is a good opening for black, because you got sort of both things done. You traded off this pawn chain, you weakened this pawn chain that white has, and also you got your bishop out. So you got c5 and bishop out in, so it's just like a much better version of some other French positions you could get. Oops, sorry, 1 second. Wait, I switched games for some reason. I didn't want to do that. Okay, so let's see how it went. Okay, this looks interesting. I have no idea what's going on here. A lot of pawn tension. people are not keen to release it, so people just keep adding. I think usually in these positions, this is not exactly like Tarrasch positions, but because the pawn's on e5 and your development is sort of different, but at the same time, it's usually a good idea for white to at least relieve this tension and to open half open, like make a half open e file here. So I imagine this definitely could be a move. You might say, okay, if black ever takes, we gain a tempo, but this is not the only idea that black has. Eventually, there might be some mass liquidation, and then it's going to be hard for white to create play. But okay, and here it goes. Eventually, white did capture on d5. He waited a little bit longer, staying the knight to c3 first. Yeah, I guess that's maybe not too much of a difference. And black replied c takes d5. D4, sorry. C takes d4. Interesting. And now Leon is thinking, are you looking to castle queenside as white? What position are we talking about? Sorry, I didn't see your message until just now. It does happen in Caro-Kann type of positions that you castle queenside. But I mean, in this one, it's not going to happen anymore. I'm just going to come out and say that. I think that has passed a little bit. Okay, so this one's interesting. So what happens if we take the knight? I'm assuming you're going to take the bishop, so you can take on f2 with check eventually. With the structure where the bishop was coming out to pin, like here, and sort of I don't think that's usually the plan, just because it's not clear whether black is going to be castled on the king side early on, and also I think that the bishop can always just come back to f5, and then you might think that it's actually not greatly useful to castle queenside against this pawn structure as well. On a very theoretical level, if you have this pawn on e5, then you would like to maybe well, your opponent is likely to play on the queen side, because black is going to have more space on the queen side while white is going to have extra space on the king side. And it might be quite dangerous to castle into the open c file and more queenside space, especially if you don't have a d pawn anymore. So I don't think that's usually going to be the plan, but in some situations, I mean, you never know. In some situations, it can still be the right thing. But anyway, let's look at this for a little bit. So I assume black's intention would be to take on e3, and maybe we take, and now we can castle. See, there you go. Queenside castle came in after all. So now this would probably be nice for white, I assume. Because, well, now we can castle with tempo, and especially important, black cannot play e takes f2 with check, so you're free to do something else. And if your king has to capture on f2, you know, with the knight here, there might be some fork ideas eventually. Not the greatest safety for the king here. Also, it's going to be obstructing your development a little bit. and the bishop might come out at some point and look at your king. Not what you want. But queenside castle is very nice. That you have that, and where does the king even go? So if the king goes here, I assume you just take. No, wait, does that work? What happens if we take? I guess we're just helping black develop, because taking here doesn't really help. So maybe this isn't too useful. Actually, wait, you guys, 1 second. I don't want to dox myself, so let me just quickly see. I'm gonna show you some pictures from the venue, actually from this particular game. So you have some, can relate to the players a little bit. Actually, my WhatsApp is taking ages to load. So in the meantime, we're going to keep looking at. Yes, thanks, Craig. Let's see, here we go. Yeah, this is risky. I'm not sure if this is a great idea. Let's see. Does this work? Okay, more or less, let's say it works more or less. Okay, look here. This is Leon against Dylan. Okay, photo. I'm gonna think of a better way to share the photos. This is not ideal, but we're gonna get it done eventually. Okay. All right. So there you saw Dylan against Leon. Leon, I'm not sure how old he is. He's probably like, I don't know, I would guess maybe 16 or something, maybe 15, 16, I don't know. Strong junior player. His sister, as you guys maybe saw, also playing in this tournament, Lara. She's actually a member of the Irish Olympiad team, along with Diana as well. So we're going to see her play in Chennai later this year with Diana as well. We're going probably, well, I think definitely going to have some coverage on this channel here. So if you guys are looking for some good content in July, you're gonna probably be able to follow me here, or maybe I'm gonna do it on my own channel. Who knows? Born in 2005. Okay, so yeah, 17ish. Okay, not too bad of a guess then. All right. Anyway, what are we thinking about this position? Has anybody got any suggestions? I guess taking is maybe not advised. Taking on b7. So maybe we play something else. Oh, we have this move maybe. Okay. This move might be better because we kick the knight out. Knight doesn't have any great squares. So these are all covered. This as well. So the knight has to retreat to e7. Or h6, I guess. h6 may be better because it at least attacks something. Actually, what happens if you go? Well, if you go to e7, then we just capture the pawn. Or give a check. Actually, now we can give a check and jump in here because the bishop's blocked. Okay, so that we don't want to do that. So knight h6. And Do we take the pawn now or do we protect? Maybe we protect first. Because this knight, I mean, it looks silly. It might have to go here, or eventually Black's gonna have to play some f6 because this knight is locked out for the moment. And I assume Black's gonna take, and then we can develop. Or we can just develop our rooks and sort of double it up this way. I think there's a lot to be said to play like this. I would say that White's probably a little better here because Black has to sort of awkwardly recapture this pawn. If you capture with the king, I think that's just not a great idea because it gives you tempo, and eventually you're going to get under some attack and you're sort of neglecting your development. I'm 17 too. Yeah, sure. Virgils. In name only. In name only. Those were the days when I was 17. Actually, it's much better now. I don't know why I said that. But alright, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, guess what, people? We have a Sicilian. Unbelievable. They actually know what the Sicilian is. Actually, that's not true. I lied earlier. I do remember one Sicilian. We played one Najdorf. Someone played a Najdorf earlier this tournament, so I take it all back. We did have a Najdorf at some point. Andrei Ivanov. He is, I think, the Irish under-12 champion, by the way. So, young player. Sergio, I'm not too familiar with. I don't know who he is, so I can't give you any insight on his age or what's his rating. Actually, let's see. Sergio, 2000. And Andrei, well, okay, he's criminally underrated. Andrei at 1694. But okay, I don't think we believe that that's his appropriate rating. He's obviously much stronger than that. Okay, but Sergio, 2000 rated, not having a great tournament so far. He's on half a point, but maybe he can turn it around here. Okay, so we have normal Sicilian lines, and we have a Najdorf. Okay, so this might have been the same player who played the Najdorf in the other game. Let's see what Andrei has in store for us. I think this is the same variation that was played last time we had a Najdorf. And now, oh yes, someone is maybe playing the Sozin attack. F4, no, okay. My personal favorite against the Najdorf. I really like this bishop c4 and then dropping it back just to avoid the tempo. This is a Bobby Fischer approved version. He used this one to win some very nice and very quick games. Bishop e3 and then f4, the Fischer-Sozin attack against the Najdorf. And you often have some ideas of playing f5, maybe even sometimes you can even sacrifice on e6 and all hell breaks loose. If you want to study some games in this line, Fischer has some very nice ones. But anyway, not what we're seeing. The slightly less exciting bishop e3. I never personally liked this setup too much because now yeah. Well, actually, I think this isn't super common to take the bishop this early, but the point still remains that I think this is nice. Oh, knight takes. Interesting. I think the normal move is taking with either pawn, actually, curiously, because if you take with the c pawn, you say, oh, I'm first to get to the c file, and you can't really play b5 too well because I'm going to jump in with my knight. And this is sort of a key idea in the Najdorf and actually in many Sicilians to play this b5 move. But Andrei, when he takes with the knight, he might even have some intentions of castling queenside later. Although I don't think that's... And you do kind of still have this English attack kind of set up here with the bishop and queen combination, but I don't like playing this way after you already moved your knight a couple of times, and also well, if you're going to play like this, you might as well play like it right away, without trading your light square bishop away. But okay, interesting. A3, bishop D, rook D1. I guess he's saying, okay, we're just gonna put some pressure on the D pawn. Which, yeah, definitely an idea. And now he goes for F4. I'm not too much of a Sicilian. Or, well, I do play the Sicilian, but not this type of variation. I don't know if F4 is not mixing plans a little bit. Like, you're sort of playing solidly on the queen side, keeping your pawn structure intact, wasting some moves to do it, moving your knight an extra time, so now it needs more time to get back to d4. And at the same time, you're trying also castling kingside, and then at the same time, you're trying to play f4. Also, you already gave up your light square bishop, so you no longer have these really powerful f5 ideas. So I don't know if I like this by Andre. I think this is strategically sort of dubious, what he's doing. I think this is not the correct way to play this position. But okay, what do I know? We'll see later how it turns out. Although I am tempted to ask the computer for the opinion real quick, but I won't do it. Actually, I will do it. I will do it. Let's ask the computer. Okay, computer says minus 1.2. So I'm happy about that. So black's already quite clearly better here. And I think that's very understandable. I think black can probably just castle, and yeah, should be having a good position here. And then, you know, you castle, you maybe bring your rook to the d file, and then you have your nice rooks. Eventually you can maybe play d5 and break the position open. White is going to struggle making anything happen, especially if they have to play e5 here, because, well, the knight can jump in for one thing, being protected by this diagonal, and the bishop is going to have a hard time, and without the light square bishop, white is hard pressed to make anything happen. Yeah, well, e4 is also weak, of course. That's why I'm saying you're gonna be like struggling to find a good plan here. For now, it's defended, but it's not ideal. You know, you can also maybe even play queen b7 at some point. Although I'm not sure if this is not overcommitting, because if you play queen b7, let's see actually. Oh no, well actually it's not. It doesn't look right for some reason. It doesn't look right. I guess you can't just play this because, yeah, I guess you can just play knight a5 and then you trade it off. But maybe, what if you like sort of prepared first with something that looks a bit ridiculous? Maybe bishop a8, but you can like sort of get on the open diagonal. And actually, I kind of like this move. you get out of these knight a5 things. I mean, probably the reasonable person plays bishop b7 instead. But you know, I think bishop a8 would be cute. But okay. Oh, JCake, hello. Crap, just saw an advert that was. Yes. That was weird. Okay, well, quickly subbed and remedied that. Well done, JCake. Thank you for the subscription. Okay, anyway, this is it for the Masters finally. So we can take a quick look at. Actually, wait, sorry. we can take a quick little look at the other sections. Let's start with the Challenger tournament. Dean Gorman against Chris Kern on board 1. I think Dean has won all his games so far. I think he was down a piece. Actually, he blundered a piece in the opening against, I think in a second round game against Oscar Rowe, and he still won somehow because Oscar, I don't know, he cracked under the pressure of playing up a piece and lost an endgame, where some passed pawns became way too strong, and he missed a lot of tactics to win immediately. Oscar did, and even in the end game he was still winning, but at that point I think it was already starting to go wrong, and it did in the end. Okay, let's see what happened in this game here from Dean. Another e4. Okay, so I don't know. I already want to just stop looking at this game because this is, if you guys ever face the Scandinavian, just know that everything except taking is bad. Okay, so taking is really good for white. The Scandinavian, not the greatest, most solid opening in the world. But advancing, the advanced variation of the Scandinavian, no good. I'm just telling you now. Public service announcement. Black's going to play c5, and oh, actually, okay. Black's not going to play c5 in this variation. Black actually plays bishop f5 here, but usually people play c5 and then they're just happy. You're gonna get a great variation of like a French or Caro-Kann. This is not great. Anyway. Oh wow, okay. I don't know, did he prepare this? G4. Already things are going mad. And the bishop comes back. I think bishop g6 is probably fine too. I don't see anything wrong with that. Even bishop e4 might be a move, but I don't, I wouldn't play that personally. But like bishop e4, he's going to play f3, and then you can drop back to g6. This is sort of a Caro-Kann kind of idea. Actually, I imagine this is probably very good now that you got it from a Scandinavian. Why is it good? Let me see. What happens in the Caro-Kann? Let's see. Let's just compare variations for a second. Because this is a variation in the Caro where you play h4 first. So what if you play g4? Why is this not good? I think it's okay. So you play this, and this is the kind of position we would be getting, except white is going to be essentially a tempo down, because in the Caro-Kann, black has to play c6, and white plays d4, where d4 is clearly the more useful move. Whereas if we compare it to the position we get here, not here, if black plays like this, you can see that it's the same kind of position, except black has not played c6 and white has not played d4. Now this is clearly better for black, because now black will never have to play c6. Black can just play c5 after e6 or even before e6, and black will never have to waste this tempo anymore. So this is just actually much better variation for black. And then this variation of the Caro-Kann, which is, I think, known to be like equalish. So I imagine black is just even quite a bit better out of the opening here. Anyway, like, if you want to take one thing away, don't play e5 in the Scandinavian. Okay, yeah, and here, I don't know, this already looks terrible for white. All black's pieces are developed. White only has weaknesses. I don't even know where the bishop wants to go. White played g4 for some reason that like is not very clear now. white is not going to have a lot of fun in this position. I think white is already in deep trouble here, actually. Actually, I'm curious about the engine. What do you guys think the engines will say? Can I get any predictions on the engine evaluation? Well, g4 was to remove the bishop, but I'm saying, like, in this position it has no purpose anymore. You would like to have your bishop, your pawn on g2 now. So if your pawn could move, you would put your pawn back. So bishop d2, yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's probably, yeah, that actually was played in the game. But this, I mean, looks kind of dreadful. Okay, Drunk Chess says minus 0.8. I think it's probably worse than that, but we'll see. I guess one thing that the knight that the pawn does do is sort of prevent this sort of idea. Anyway, at this point where I asked, it was actually minus 2.7 according to the engine. Okay, minus 2.7. Not too surprised about it, but actually, like 2.7 is a lot. So I don't know, maybe a little bit more than I would have expected. I would have said maybe 1.5 or something. But yeah, Black's pointing out that actually all these moves you played, they only made a weakness. Shouldn't have done that. Now the queen's also pinned, or rather the pawn's pinned to the queen. So eventually Black can even think of playing f6. The bishop, who would actually maybe, if at all, like if one piece is going to defend this pawn, it's certainly not supposed to be the queen. It would like to be the bishop instead. Yeah, but this is not looking good anyway. Okay, so knight 4. Okay, he does play f6, like I suggested. Then bishop c3. Could even think about b5 here, probably. Because if the knight jumps in, like, you don't really want to trade it for this, and you can chase it away eventually. But okay, didn't go for this. Just took right away, and now you're just winning a pawn as Black. And yeah, my last game I lost from +8, so 2.7 is nothing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, like, sometimes the computer will say, oh, +8, and it's going to be some tactical thing, but it's going to be maybe hard to find, or it's a very complicated position. But this is not a complicated position. This is not a complicated position. This is just dominating. Black is going to have the whole center. Maybe he's going to trade first. I don't know. Thing is, like, if you take with the pawn here, if you take with the pawn, you actually have, you know, these threats as well, which is still a discovery and all that. And also, you don't necessarily even need to take right away because the knight's still pinned to the queen. The knight doesn't have any checks, so you don't even need to take it right away. You can also play, I don't know, like any other good move. I don't know, knight h6, knight e7. I don't know. Like, you can play whatever here. Okay, let's see. He just played it now. He played f takes e5, which, you know, I think it looks very good. Looks very good for Black. And then the knight's going to come out, going to castle maybe. Or actually, I mean, could even think about, no, probably not castling queenside. I mean, you know, it could still get complicated. You do still have sort of ideas of running the pawns eventually. But I think okay, Black's just much better. Anyway, let's look at some other games. Ooh, this also doesn't look nice for white. Let's just quickly go through it. Interesting. Okay, this is weird. This is like the triangle formation like you would play in a London, for example, but without putting the bishop on f4 first. Interesting to play like this. I think this is very popular. I don't think bishop d3 is a good move. Here. Oh, okay. He wants to play it like a Stonewall kind of Dutch. Interesting. So this is usually a setup you see from black. So with the pawns like this, when you play the Dutch. Oh, hey Thakata. Hey Luke. How's it going? Is this Krusty Krab? Yes. You want to? I actually don't know what is it called in. What is it called in English? The burger. Is it a crab burger? In German, it's a crab burger. Oh, I don't like this for white at all. Like, what is this? What is this bishop? What is this bishop? You play the Stonewall, but then, like with white, which is already, why would you want that? No, this is Patrick. Okay, I'm not sorry. I'm not an expert here. Okay, no, this is Patrick. Fine. Fine. Yes. Okay. Actually, that makes sense. I do remember this. I do remember this piece of SpongeBob lore. Okay, we have to practice that again. next time I'll be ready. Anyway, I think black should be better here. This does not look fun for white. Basically playing the piece down, you might say. And also, black managed to exchange the light square bishop. Where did that? Oh yeah, the bishop was already outside of the pawn chain. So this is actually like you're playing a Stonewall with white, but it's like a worse version than if you would play it with black. Maybe. I don't know, maybe that's exaggerating it, but anyway, this doesn't look good. That's my point. Okay, next one. Alex Harney. Also, by the way, if you guys see any... Okay, here, look at Vivan's Challenger game. Okay, might be over soon. Okay, let's go for that then. Vivan. Okay, board 6 in the Challengers. Okay, let's see it. Let's see how it started. C4, okay. Haven't seen that today. C4, C5. Symmetrical, not quite symmetrical, okay. Doesn't go for G6. Interesting. Oh, okay. These guys. Oof. Very exciting structure. Wow. Very exciting. Okay, but white has some plans of kingside expansion here. Black goes for it first. I'm not sure if black has any right to go for it first. Hello, Connie1000. How are you doing? White is building a pyramid from the inside. Yeah, that's not the place you want to be when you're building a pyramid. They already lock you in there when you're building it, maybe, but it is a grave for a reason. Anyway, I'm good, thank you. Thank you, Connie. All right, so these trades. I mean, white's pieces look a lot more active than black's pieces. Bishop's a bit undeveloped. Rooks aren't connected. This knight has some ideas of becoming active, but the knight's also on the back rank, whereas white's knights are looking kind of good. Bishop is doing solid defensive job. Queen might come out even at some point, which is a more useful square. Might support the bishop as well, and I don't know. But this looks like white definitely has some attack. Oh, that's a nice tactic by Kieran. Bishop takes c5. The point, of course, if you take, you have knight takes f6 check, and the queen will be hanging. So that's very nice. good spot there. Okay, and here D1 actually captured first, maybe thinking that now we can take the bishop because the knight's no longer hanging with check, but doesn't matter, of course. You can still play knight f6 check even if it's not capturing anything, and the queen will be hanging again. Okay, so he doesn't fall for the trick. Sorry, I didn't sleep too much. Black structure is better, you say? Maybe, I don't know, but no longer after bishop c5. That's the main point. But I don't know if black structure is better. I don't know. Like, well, more to the point, I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it matters because white has such active pieces and black will struggle to get the same kind of activity. Anyway, JK, this tournament is the Sligo Spring Championship. It's a tournament in Sligo, Ireland. And there are some, well, it's a tournament, it has 3 sections. The Masters section has 1 GM, 1 WGM, I'm not sure what else, but a couple of very strong players. We can look at it at the Masters section in a little bit again. We're just taking a look at this challenger game that might apparently finish soon. Okay. Well, this is not looking great. Now the bishop's also coming to the long diagonal, and I'm afraid that black might get checkmated at some point. Oh, my goodness. The tiredness is catching up. Okay, so now black also blocks his bishop from looking at the g4 square, g5 square, sorry, which means that rook g5 is now an option, and now black's king is definitely sweating. Definitely sweating. So maybe knight g6 you have to play. The block. But then the next thing, I don't know. Like you probably can even sack an exchange at some point here. I mean, of course you can also just take the rook. Completely unnecessary what I'm saying. But like, let's say you really wanted to sack an exchange. No, actually, that's probably not a good idea while the bishop's there. Anyway, ignore me. Get Red Bull into you. Well, I wish I had some. I wish I had some. Yeah, black definitely didn't have time to be messing around. Okay, so this is where white is thinking now. Oh, knight to f4. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Not the first move that comes to my mind in this position. Let's see, what's the point? You're attacking the queen. So what's the queen gonna do? Yeah, Luke, you know, I'm standing in for Diana. You can see Diana there up there in the corner of my screen looking down at me, inspecting my commentary. So I have to suggest rook sacrifices at every possible opportunity. This is the rule. Okay, so what happens? If you take, you probably get mated, I assume. Okay, so queen to e8, that makes some sense. Protecting the knight again, so maybe you can move the bishop at some point, although I don't know where you would move it to. Okay, so now the rook's attacked. And now we probably don't want to take this anymore, I assume, because that might run into this now, and then this is going to be hanging. I think white might have made it a little bit more complicated now. Although, as I said, we always have to look at all the rook sacrifices. All the rook sacrifices have to be looked into. This is a stream necessity. So can we get away with something like this? That doesn't really make any sense. I don't know why we would do this, to be honest. Probably could. I don't know. White has the bishops and like this is just probably too much. But also there's no reason to play like this. At this point you're gonna make it a little bit risky for yourself. So where did we stop here? Okay. So much more reasonable move. No, we can still take there, and probably for the same reason we also don't want to take here. I mean, do we have some tricks like this? No, we don't, because obviously that's checkmate. So now we're gonna take the rook, and again, I don't think this is a good way to sack the rook. I think the other way was better if you want to sacrifice it. So queen h5, Kenny, I don't think that's necessarily going to do the job. Well, it might do the job, but I don't think it's a great way. So let's see, where else can you move the rook? You can just go back to f5. That's a possibility. Could also just swing it over. Let's say b5. Not a5, but b5 you could play. Rook b5. But I don't know, like it sort of gives away you're attacking a little bit. So maybe I want to play rook to f5 instead. And well, we are still up a pawn, aren't we? Let's count. We're not up a pawn. Okay. Actually, we are up a pawn. I can't count. I cannot count. We are a pawn. That's what I thought. We didn't lose it back. One a pawn and keep holding on to it. That's also another way to play, of course, that we can just force a bunch of trades with this kind of attack and then, you know, grind them down later on. My turn to guess the eval. Well, probably a lot. I don't know. Also, I'm guessing it's a lot because someone said it might be over soon. So I would say plus, I don't know, 3, I don't know. Yeah, you stop attacking and simplify the Positkin. Positkin! Yes, I think you can definitely stop the attack and simplify. Yeah, plus 3, maybe. That would be my sort of guess. I don't know. Let's see what the computer says. That's 4.6, the computer says, in this position, but actually that's before the move. Actually here, the computer says plus 5.7, okay. I mean, and it wants rook to b5. Okay, I mean, sure. I mean, it's not crazy to me, but 5.7, I think practically it's probably a little bit less. Yeah, actually, oh no, wait, that's not the move. Yeah, this is probably also not pleasant, because you can't put your bishop here because then everything is dead. Okay, yeah, fine. Rook b5 also looks very nice. Very, very nice. And you also can't play this because then we're gonna run into this kind of thing. Yeah, I do think it looks a little bit unnatural. I think rook f5 looks a lot more natural. And I doubt he's gonna play rook b5, but I don't know, it's definitely makes some sense. Well, let's maybe refresh real quick if he played anything. No, he didn't play yet. We can check back on that later. Let's quickly go through some of the games in the majors, see what's happening there. We have actually, we've had a couple of these Scotch thingies. Well, That's true, Takeda, but still, I think Rook F5 sort of says, "Okay, I'm ready to trade off if you want to," and it just looks kind of, I don't know. Visually, it's not the first game and the first move you look at. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he might have had something better earlier. Okay, so we have a Scotch. Personally, I feel like if you don't play the Scotch Gambit, you're not playing the Scotch right. But that's another thing entirely. Okay. Oh. Okay. Is White in trouble here? Probably. Probably White's in trouble. I would assume, because if you take, you're going to get hit with this kind of thing, and then this doesn't look nice. Also, your B pawn's still hanging as well. I'm assuming Black's doing well here. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like Black is kind of winning, I would assume. Okay, let's look at the next game. David Houston. Yesterday he beat Yannick Woods, another up and coming scary junior player. He actually had a funny end game. If you guys want to check that out, it was 7 pawns against 1 pawn, the king and pawn end game. I've never seen that before. Certainly not in an over the board game. 6 pawn up pawn end game. Okay, interesting. Queen's Indian. Is this a normal thing you do with the white bishop? I don't know. I don't really know about the King's Indian. Queen's Indian, I mean, sorry. Aha. Okay, so actually, well, why didn't we take it right away? We didn't want to develop the knight, or what? Because the bishop's not open yet. Interesting position, this one. Interesting. Sorry. Interesting position, this one. By the way, if you guys, we have a sponsor for this event. It's called Chess with Narek. Um, and you can, I think it's a learning platform for small children, especially. So, if you guys have any small children who want to learn chess, maybe you want to check it out. You can see the link under my camera with their logo. It's chesswithnarek.com, Knarik. So I wanted to set up a command for chat earlier, but I did not manage to do it. So if any of you mod people is around, you might want to do. I have the command for you, so I can post what we wanted to write, but I couldn't get the. What if my small children are big? Big in what sense, Tiketa? We don't. Never mind. Okay, I'm not gonna. What do you mean if my small children are big? You mean the big children, the old children are tiny, or do you mean small children are tall or old? I don't know. Anyway, I think you can. It's for any kid. I think you can. If you are into that kind of thing, Tiketa, you can also check it out. I think it's with animated talking pieces, so maybe that's right up your alley. I will not elaborate. Okay. Good. Probably best that way. All right. Do we have any wishes for games? Okay, let's look at Yannick's game. Actually, I think Yannick's dad was already in the chat earlier. Oh, virtual reality even. Look at that. Beautiful. Can you learn that, or is it a lost cause? I don't know. I don't know, Luke. Okay, we have a Petrov. Interesting. Wow, this looks exciting, doesn't it? Looks great. Great fun. Wow. Imagine the excitement of a position that's completely mirrored after 9 moves. C3, and now, wow, Graham did not play C6, which is very disappointing in my opinion. Should have played C6 here clearly. Actually, there are 8 professional, or not professional, but titled player games, master games, where C6 was played for the full symmetry. Okay, I guess we can restore the symmetry. C6? No. Actually, here C6 is even the main move. Look at that. JK, I think it's supposed to be working with like audio things, like audio explanations of puzzles and all that kind of thing. So you can hello, Dermot. Bealtine. Happy whatever that is. It's 1st of May today, isn't it? So happy May Day, if that's what you're saying. Workers of the world unite, or something like that. If you're into that sort of thing. Well, it was requested. It was requested, Dermot. It was requested. What can I say? Look, Dermot, you can see Diana up there at the edge of the screen inspecting, looking down at my camera, chilling with Minimundo, and just like critically evaluating my whole presence here. Bioltana. Okay. Bioltana. Bioltana. Cool. What does it mean? Does it mean May Day, or does it mean Labor Day, or what does it mean? The first. I was wondering where Diana got this idea. Oh my god, first day of summer. You guys are so weird. I don't know. Maybe I have just long summers. Maybe August is also just a summer month, but like, I don't know. Autumn doesn't exist at all or something. Maybe we should only have 2 seasons. Only summer and winter. 6 months of summer, 6 months of winter, or maybe 5 of winter and 7 of summer. Mayday, okay. Mayday, Mayday. Please rescue me from this Petrov position. Oh, F takes, okay. Is that so? I don't like this. I don't like this Bionic, if I'm being honest. I'm not a fan of F takes. G3. Diana's in the chat. Wonderful, wonderful. I was already being hounded for my attire. It was already being pointed out as slightly eye-catching, strange, surprising. I don't know. But we're celebrating International Workers, or Labor Day, rather. I don't know what it's called in English. And I'm, by the way, asking for better working conditions here, Diana. I need you to pay me more, and I also need an allotted co-commentator for next time. So just otherwise I'm gonna go on strike. Shh, Dermot, you can't discuss this here. This is secret business. Okay, eye catching. I mean, like something that catches the eye. What do you mean? Exactly. Where's my health insurance? Where is my health insurance? Anyway, Yannick captured on g3 with this f pawn. I don't like it. I do not like it. We are making a huge hole on e4. We can never defend it again with a pawn. And I don't know why I'm singing right now. Da, da, da. But anyway, I'm not a fan. More like color catching in the washing machine, am I right? No, you're not right. You're never right. You're never right. Oh my goodness, they really didn't want an exciting game today. Yannick and Graham, not up for it. Yeah, Yannick, he also did well. I think he won the challenger section of the Boulder Cup. He's graduated to the majors now, but I don't like his play here. With white, very unambitious. But okay, maybe he's gonna work some endgame magic. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on it. Actually, for now, we're going to go back to the master section because I want to know what happened in the master games. We had this interesting Briar Caro-Kann. Yes, best of luck, Mirza Mondino. Oh, he's also a Sligo Chess Club member. I didn't know that. See, Sligo, Yannick Woods, maybe their new upcoming star. You said earlier that the treasurer, whose name I already forgot again. Wait, what was his name? David Houston, I think. Was it David? David, who was the treasurer and strongest player of the Sligo Chess Club. But Yannick might be taking that crown soon. Yeah. Yannick might be coming for him. Anyway, let's see what happened in the Evgenia game. Okay. Interesting. Does not want this pawn back. He did not. He did not want that pawn back. Eventually, he's gonna get it, I guess. But really, taking his sweet time, and now still not getting the pawn back. I'm not sure if this was at this point. At this point, I'm not sure if it's intentional anymore. I'm not sure if he maybe delayed taking the pawn for a little bit too long. Now it's like a little bit awkward. Because at some point you would have liked to, make some useful developing move with your knight. But now you're gonna be like 3 moves away from doing anything with it. Seems like Sligo is hustling or bustling with chess. I don't know what that means, Luke. You're gonna have to explain this one to me. CE have some competition. Belash Aina, I guess. I thought the chess club's called the Knights of Aina. Tet tet tet. Be proper in your address. Okay, interesting. Things are heating up here for sure. Queen is looking at b2. King is not getting castled. Is on f1. But I would assume that white's doing well. I would assume white is doing great, actually. Because black's development, not ideal. Not ideal at all. White's development, on the other hand, looking pretty good, although this bishop is feeling a little bit left out, maybe. But okay, let's see. 97, he did finally decide to go for this development move. And got castled, and maybe we're calming down. We're calming down, okay. Maybe things are... Okay, now the king's on a run. To f1, g1, h2. Just tracking over there. White's still up a pawn, but... Okay, so a2 is hanging. Eventually you might lose the e-pawn, but maybe not, so... What do you guys think? Tim Dickinson. Well, I know who's gonna get... Never mind. Destroyed today. Mr. Dickinson is gonna get collied, maybe, or maybe he's gonna get, I don't know, London, or I don't know. What are you gonna play, Mersmundo? Does it even matter at this point, or are you just gonna win with whatever you play? Is my internet gone? Is my... Yeah, I think my internet was gone there for a second. I think my internet was gone there for a second. What do you mean, do I need a megaphone? I was asking a question. What do you mean? It's literally an open-ended question. Yeah, the stream died because Diana was so shocked about the question. Anyway, what do you guys think is better here? The Karma Lords. You better wrap up that karma bone. Be kind. Also, everybody knows anyway, so I don't even know what you're saying. Okay, so White has an interesting position here. That's all I can say. It's a bit messy, so we're gonna look at it after it clears up a little bit. I don't want to spend too much time because we haven't looked at some of the Masters games in a while. So let's see. Now this one went. Lara is playing against a Benoni. She went for the f-pawn attack kind of thing. Okay, interesting. So b5, you take it, give up the pawn. Oh. That doesn't... Is this a theory thing? I guess it maybe is, yeah. Yeah, the Opening Explorer says this has been played 14 times, so we're still in theory here. Someone's been doing their chess homework for sure. Lara's well prepared, and Jacob as well. Okay, so knight takes c8 is a rare move. More common is knight to c4, which is actually very thematic. Go back a bit. Where do you want me to go, Luke? Where would you like me to go? What is this website Patrick is trying to spam in tiny letters? Well, Dermot, glad you asked. This is the sponsor of this tournament, Chess with Norik. Actually, Dermot, could you be a real darling and make this into a command? This thing that I just posted. That would be grand because I tried to do the thing, but one time earlier, but it didn't quite work, and then I had to start the stream, so I didn't have time to try again. So if you have the magic, maybe you can. Knight takes c8 seems odd. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, odd, I don't know, like, odd in the sense that, like, it seems to be sort of a non-ambitious and sort of also a tempo-losing move, as opposed to knight c4. But maybe Laura wants to simplify a little bit. Maybe she thinks, I don't know, maybe she thinks she has better chances in the endgame, or maybe she thinks she just wants to bring things closer to the draw, or I don't know exactly. Yeah, okay. It does look worse than knight c4, that's for sure. Because knight c4, you already, at some point also, can think of the advantage of controlling that square in case the pawn's ever under too much pressure. Gives you some flexibility. And now, yeah, you're gonna struggle to develop a little bit, I guess. So actually I like white's up a pawn here, but not for long, I imagine. Your king's in a weird position, to say the least, on g3. And also, your dark square bishop struggles to develop properly, because you need to keep this defended. Well, actually, you can't really keep it defended anyway, so... I mean, you can. You can play, like, queen here, queen here, but neither of those moves look really good. Don't look too appealing to my eyes. I would assume that black's a bit better here, even though he's a pawn down. Maybe even substantially better. Because it does look very, very irritating to deal with. Okay, so the knight moves. Knight c6. And if you have to play this move, then... yeah. Well, I mean, you're still gonna be, like, really struggling to develop your pieces. I don't know what she's planning here exactly, but it doesn't look too nice for Lara. So I'm assuming that Lara is quite a bit worse here. Maybe you trade off a pair of rooks. Because if you trade off the active rook, that sort of makes an impression of highlighting that the other rook is not developed while you have both of your rooks active. It's very, very hard to find a move here. What do you play here is, do we have any suggestions? Do we have any suggestions here for white? Because I can't see a good move. Thank you for the follow, Lamer Gamer. Lamer Gamer, great name. Lamer Gamer, do you have any idea what we play here as white? Because I do not. I do not. By the way, if anybody has any games they would like to look at, then please send a message in chat and we'll take a look. Any interesting games as well, because I'll have a hard time looking at all the games all the time. So if anything exciting is happening, any good games, we'd be happy to have a look. Anyway, I think Lara's in trouble here. Let's move on to Oisin against Alexander Baburin, our resident GM here. The only GM in the tournament. So far he is at, I think, 2 points. I think he made 2 draws, and yesterday he won against Leon, Lara's brother. but he's not in first place. So even though he's the only GM, he's trailing by half a point. I think Evgenia, Anand, and Jacob all have 2.5. Lara is on 2, and his opponent Ocean also on 2. So let's see how this game went since we last checked. Oh yeah, this was the Queen's Gambit declined, where Ocean went for this 92 f3 kind of plan. Reasonably common, I guess, and theoretical. So e4 came in as expected. Now white has this hanging pawn structure, which can be a liability, but it can also, of course, have great dynamic potential. Okay, knight g4. Bishop takes e7 is the move that is most played according to the database here. He played, actually it's the same amount, played the same amount. Both have been played 6 times, but black scores really well against bishop c1. It was 2 draws and 4 wins for black in this variation. While in the other variation, bishop takes e7, it's 6 wins and, 3 wins and 1 draw and 2 wins for black. So bishop c1 is interesting though, keeping some pieces on the board. Also keeping attacking chances maybe alive for the future, which is sort of in the spirit of having this hanging pawn structure. You don't necessarily want to trade off too many pieces, but maybe trading off the bishop is just a little bit necessary. And also, I guess with this battery that you're setting up, maybe you want to play e5 at some point, and maybe this is the bishop that you can spare. But okay. Here we can see maybe what one problem with it might be, that you run into the c5 move. Although it is true that if you open it up, the rook and queen are on the same tile, so it does have to be considered for sure, but c5 still seems to be theory actually. There still have been some games played, and now d5. D5 was the move that was played most times. I guess the disadvantage here is that you're sort of locking in your bishop. Also, you're giving up the e5 square for either of black's knights, which is a very nice square to have as an outpost, while white doesn't really have the same luxury. White would maybe like to maneuver a knight to c4 at some point, but can't really get there too well. Am I Diana Mirza? Well, take a guess, Nokare22. Take a guess. Do you think I am Diana Mirza? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Craig Fisticuffs. I'll take a look. Maybe I can show some later on. The thing is, I don't want to dox myself by putting up my WhatsApp conversations on the screen, so I always have to be a little bit careful about that. No, yes, that's correct. Well, that's great. Good guess. I am not, in fact, Diana Mirza. My name is Patrick, and I am doing some commentary on her channel because she is playing a chess game for her team in the 4 Nations Chess League tonight. Not tonight, actually. In like an hour, I think, even. So, Diana, I hope you are getting close to making it to the venue. I read something about a missed bus earlier. I don't know. I hope everything's going well with the travels, Mirza Mondino. I hope everything is going well. I don't know, is she still in the chat? I can't really check because we're logged in on the same account. So I can't really check if she's on. Oh, okay. Interesting. So black plays queen to c7, having some, pointing out some ideas here, also getting the queen off the same file as the rook, that the file that might open. Here, the rook is hanging, but also you have to consider these kinds of ideas, although for now it's being protected by the knight, but can black make anything happen? I'm sure Mr. Baburin calculated all of this. Oh yeah, obviously also threatening checkmate. A little tiny detail. Tiny detail I neglected to mention. It would be interesting to see the Rustem versus Houston match, as the winner of that will probably be playing against Lukian Pushpit in the major section decider. Alright, well, let's look at that then. Major section. This is this one. David Houston against Rustem Abdullayev. So David Houston, everybody, remember, treasurer of the Sligo Chess Club. So hometown hero in Sligo. Must say, I must say I don't like this position. This does not look too pleasant for black. The bishop on f8 looks a tiny little bit ridiculous. The pawn, you know, is threatening to run through. The bishop's really, really strong. The queen's a little bit offside. Actually, I don't like anything about black's position here, I don't think. Oh my goodness. I was scared by this alert. Thank you for the follow, LinU1742T17. That's my handle. Bishop f8 makes no sense. Well, actually, now that I think about it, what happens if we go queen to g5, queen to g4? I guess that's what he was trying to get away from. So we'd have to play king to h8, and then can the rook come in somehow? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, thank you for the raid, LinU1742T. With 4 viewers, that's really good. Thank you so much. I'm not familiar with you as a streamer, but thank you. I'm just doing some commentary here. This is usually Diana's channel. We do stream together sometimes. Makes no sense in that. It makes a lot of sense. Well, yeah, I guess you're just in a big amount of danger. You're in a lot of... Oh, that was the... Okay, the last move was d takes c5. That makes a lot of sense. And now, of course, white was threatening this, and I imagine black's completely lost here. If I... Thank you, Dermot, for the command, by the way. Well done. And for the shout out as well. Yeah, I imagine black's kind of lost here. Let's just take a quick look at the engine. Yeah, okay, it's +7. You can take here, you can play queen g4, you can play c6, everything wins. And that's what I thought. Everything looks just too appealing. Oh, we made 5,800 followers. Brilliant. Thank you, everybody. 5.8k. Maybe before Diana comes back, we could make it. Yeah, of course it did. It also, if you remember, Dermot, it also took Paramundo commentary to break 200 subscribers for the first time last year at some point, when Diana was playing in the Irish Women's Championship. And it took especially my camel joke. So if we get a couple subs, you know, I'm just saying, I might be willing to pull out the camel joke again. It's great. It's worth all the money. Not to promise too much, but yeah. You vaguely recall, yeah. I bet you do, Dermot. I bet you do. Anyway, okay, this is completely winning for white, and I don't think he'll have any problems finishing it off. He has 53 minutes on the clock. And he's already been thinking for a while, so these memories burn bright for you. Yes, they do. Well, they don't burn bright visually because, as you know, it's darkness in my head, but metaphorically, yes. But okay, so David Houston, this game's a little bit over. Lucian also won, so probably, as Craig said, probably it's going to be Rustam against Lucian for the title in the major section. But okay, someone was pointing out that, again, the Vivan game, I think that's in the challenger section, is nearly over. This time for reals. But I mean, it was already over last time. Just took a little bit more time to actually end. Oh, that's a bit nasty. Oh, that's nice. Okay, let's look at this, how this happened. I guess we can look at it from the point we left off at. Right, so where did we leave it off? Here. And takes, and he played. Okay. Okay, he played Queen D5 check first. That move, interesting. It doesn't. Okay, so he played King H8, which doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense to me because you're sort of standing in the way of danger. So I don't like that move. I think this would have been a lot better. Well, not necessarily a lot better, but that would at least make some sense to me. I guess you're still losing this pawn. But now your rook's a little bit hanging still, and I mean you can't take it yet because obviously your rook's hanging. I mean, I guess you. Wait, never mind. What am I talking about? Your mate is hanging, but if you play this and then take the rook, and then you trade off, you're going to be down one pawn. Can you hold this somehow? Probably not. So you can't go into the end game. But you don't really have a choice because you need to protect the mate. This doesn't work because it's pinned. So it went a little weird right after you left. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like King H8. I think this might have still been a chance here. Let's see. So you take here. We take here. I guess you win another pawn. And then rook f7. Yeah, I mean, this still looks bad, but actually you might have some ideas with this and then this, so you need to be a little bit careful. Because if you play like some careless move, I don't know. What's even a careless move here? Let's say you play like some weird move like this, then you're already here. You're already losing, because things are coming in, and you're gonna be in trouble. So I think that wasn't the best way. That black could have defended a lot better here. And here, I guess he was scared of putting the king on h7 because of this, because he didn't have bishop f6. But he probably missed that he could just take the rook and trade the rooks, and then he'd be, I mean, not fine, still down material a little bit, like down a pawn, but at least he would get some chances for counterplay. So I think white missed some chances here. And now, I mean, if you look at the position now, there's no counterplay at all. Black's pieces are just like tied down, defending. Zero activity. And I mean, this is very simple at this point. And okay, Took some tactics to finish it off, maybe. Yeah, and then the queen got chased away from the blockading square, which means that the pawn can move up with jack, and another check, and then we just win a rook because the queen's pinned. Again, coming back to bite you that the king is on h8, in fact. Doesn't really belong there. But okay, this is very simple now, just a rook up and also a couple pawns. I don't know why black is still playing on. Let's take a look at Dean's game. Dean had a very good opening. One of the favorites to win this. He won a game down a piece earlier against Oscar. Okay, very strange bishop here for a little bit. I thought the logo was some SpongeBob doodle of yours. No, not quite, Dermot. Not quite, but I appreciate that you have such faith in my artistry skills. Okay, so okay, Dean. This is not so obvious anymore. What are we thinking about this endgame? So it's 3 pawn islands for black against 2 pawn islands for white. It's true that white has a backwards pawn, but so does black here. I mean, I assume you can... Actually, I don't see necessarily what black does to pressure white here. Any ideas? This might well be heading into sort of drawish territory, which would still be okay for Dean, I think, because he's leading the tournament. Actually, maybe he's not solely leading. Let me just quickly check the standings of the challenger section. So in the challenger section, after round 3, we have Dean on 3 points. Oh, actually, we have a whole bunch of people on 3 points. Actually, it's a very big section. I didn't appreciate how big it was. So we have 10 people on 3 points, actually. So actually a lot of people still in with a shout to win this tournament. Dean just getting the top seed because of his rating, and therefore playing board 1. So actually very essential for him to, well, for everybody in the top group to win their games and not just draw, to keep their chances high to win the tournament. The pairing is so weird. Why is the pairing weird, Luke? What do you mean? Oh no, Diana. What do you mean? I'm trying to make you some money here. Oh, 3 out of 3 versus 1 out of 3 in round 4. Yeah, that's true. I didn't realize that was what's happening. That is very strange. You're worrying. Did you make it to the venue yet, Diana, or are you still tramping around town, tramping around the country? Okay, that's good. That's good. Well, yeah, I think it doesn't really make sense to have accelerated pairing rounds in the second to last round. I guess that's a little bit unfortunate. You can't check in until 3, but your game's at 1, so you just have to play with your bag in tow. Okay, anyway, this is the Dean game. You can look at it. Oh, actually, there's one already decided, so let's just take a quick gander. Okay, Alapin. What is that? Elephant Knight of Knight C6. I've never seen this before. Usually you play, well, play C5, D5, I guess. You also E6 is not a very common move. I think the main lines are either D5 right away or Knight to F6. And it goes something like this. And then I don't know exactly, but I think this is how the Alpen usually goes. Who plays the Caro? Sorry. Oh, your opponent. Oh, you should play my little tile variation queen thingy. Queen trap thing. I'm sure it's gonna work out. I'll show it on stream and I'm sure you're gonna play it, okay? I'm sure you're gonna play it. Are you actually serious? I'll just show it on stream and then definitely this guy will be confused. Does he play it like this? And then we play bishop g5, just baiting him in. Okay. This is the line. Okay, you play e6. And then I don't know, I'm not sure what the main thing is like. I think like taking, for example, is a move. And then you play knight f3. And if it takes here, you play queen b3. And the game, well, you basically trap his queen. I think it goes like this, and then you castle, and then this or something. I don't know, there's some weird theoretical line. Anyway, h5 is kind of modern. Nah, they're modern. Old people can be modern. Anyway, maybe they're not old. Maybe not everybody who plays in the 4NCL is old. Anyway, here you're already much better. That's what you have to know. So then the rest you can figure out. Will you actually? Will you actually? Also, you need to be careful because some people might have a brain and then they'll play queen takes d4, and then you need to sort of be a little bit careful, and then you're a little bit worse. But you know, it's the it's the gamble that makes it exciting. It's not terrible, but it's like, you know, you're a little bit worse. How's the tournament going? Well, my implication is that they may not be up to date with theory, but that's exactly the point, Dermot. There's no way they know this. There's no way. GMs have fallen for this. But anyway, you have to be careful of this. So here you have to either castle or take. But yeah, most people will maybe over the board. If you play this over the board, you have to look like you're playing it without confidence. Otherwise, they're going to be like, "What? Is she blundering her? Is she trapping my queen? We're not going to take the rook." And then, you know, this is psychology. This is psychological opening. Anyway, tournament's going well. Evgenia had a really good position against Mr. Kumar. Oh, this looks. What happened here? Oh, what? Sorry, what? That's an oopsie. Wait, let's go back. What happened here? Mini Mundo took your Guinness. Yes. Mini Mundo. I mean, nobody commented because people are blind, let me tell you this. I even pointed it out a couple of times. Still nobody said anything about it. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Where's the Mundino? Anyway, her king went on a little run, as we saw before. But this looks quite good. Actually, okay, this is already the blunder because there was a knight here, so I guess you can't really. But I think here, then probably moving the knight is wrong because you'd rather. Let's see what the engine says. Is it fine? Engine says it's maybe fine. I mean, you can take. Wait, what? So knight takes a 4, queen takes a 4. Oh wow, that's a sick line. Look at this. Look at this line. If he finds that, that's going to be very impressive. Can anybody find this line? I already showed a little bit of it. Can you tell me what the move is here? Or okay, sorry. Can anybody tell me what the very nice save here is for black? Sick line, bro. Yes. It's a great line. What do we do to get out of this? Can anybody find it in chat? This is a nice puzzle for all you chat bros here. Anybody? Any chat participation around here? Diana, stop criticizing my vocabulary and start calculating. Yes, for black. Black to move. I am waiting. That's what I'm saying. I'm waiting. I'm getting impatient. Move your brain cells. It's a very cute little move. Yes, there you go. Chat has beaten Diana to it. Queen to a5. Point being, if you take the rook, you have bishop takes e5, winning the queen. Very nice. And you can't even capture back and say you have compensation because you're gonna lose the knight in the end as well. So that's a very nice tactic if he finds this one. By the way, he has to find it. Let me just reset real quick. He has to find it from here. So this is quite tough, I think. Queen a5 too mild for me. Yeah, of course you would be in wild mode. Mild? Yeah, no. Wait, no, other side of the screen. Wild, mild. Wild, mild. Okay, queen a5, knight c4, you say. Okay, takes. But actually, I mean, you can also ask yourself what happens if we take here. And then I guess you have the same. This is also all a little bit mad here. Remind me why I agreed to commentating. I think I was the only one up for the job. I think that's the reason. If you remember correctly, I think I was the only option. Yeah. So here, I guess you got. I mean, yeah. Poo. I mean. Okay. Well, this is very complicated stuff. Complicamundo stuff. Okay. Complicamundo stuff. And knight c4, you said? And queen takes b5, yeah. Lunch got delayed. Diana lowers her shades like that when she sees a perfect little gentleman like Minimundo. Yes. Yes, yes. Find someone who looks at you like Diana looks at Minimundo. Find someone like that. Minimundi. Minimundi. Yes. I haven't seen him in person for so long. I haven't seen him in person for so long. I miss him. I miss the little fella. There was literally no other way that sentence was gonna end, Patrick. Well, I paused for effect, Dermot. I paused for effect. He's in good hands. Well, is he in any hands right now? I doubt he's in any hands because I doubt you brought him to the game like I've always requested because I'm his interpreter. I told you he wanted to come with you, but I don't think you took him. Did you? Did you? Did you? One can only hope. Yeah, laugh it up. Laugh it up. Anyway, let's see. Laura against Jacob. The Benoni game. The very heavy theory Benoni game where Laura was in trouble. In a little bit of trouble. In a lot of bit of trouble? No, a little bit of trouble. Okay, yeah, I don't know. What do we think about this position? Pawn's a little bit weak, but at least the knight is stopping the rook from coming to d8, which is nice. I wonder if Patrick will remember to end the stream today. Dermot? This is ancient history. I've learned. I will just block Diana from ever coming back onto the stream. Well, Diana's gonna have an 8-hour game. Actually, if you play the thing that I suggested, it dramatically increases the chances of. Wow, Constantino, don't be too happy that I'm gonna be gone. Wow, Jesus, hell. Don't be too excited. Okay, rook a to c1. Okay, we're giving up the pawn, are we? No, wait, that's still protected. What am I talking about? Okay, interesting. Interesting. So the problem for black here is that your rooks are sort of awkward, like can't attack this, can't defend this. This rook is sort of struggling because it also can't play rook a7. Hey Andy, by the way, how are you doing? Hope you're good. Oh, Stella! Hello, Stella! Stella! Oh wait, I can use this cool emote now as well because I'm a broadcaster. Woo! Aha. You just wait until I spam chat with this. Okay, Stella. How are you doing today? Are you ready for class? Did you do all your homework? I gave you loads of homework, if you remember correctly. Good Marlon Brando impressions. Sure. Yeah. Intentional. TT is coming to your house. Is she coming to your house for class again? What homework? 17. Oh, for Henry's class. So are you gonna be in class with Tong Tong in the same room again? You guys, I'm telling you, you guys are a handful when you're in the same room. Just saying. You guys are a handful. We are, yes, you are. No, I appreciate your acceptance. Okay. I know. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Stella. I'm sure you do. Okay. Alexander against Oishin. Oishin? I don't know. I'm never really good at Irish names. A streetcar named Desire. Wow. Don't be dramatic, Patrick. Yes. I don't want to be like Diana. Don't want to be like Merzendino. Oh, thank you for the rate, Babyface Nelson 1981. Great name. Fantastic name. Ushin. Ashin. Okay. Mr. Sheen. Okay. Sheen. Hello, Babyface Nelson. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Okay, so this is interesting. I don't know, but Burin Alex, Mr. Alex, he's not been getting the most fabulous positions of all time. Although I guess it is Black's turn. What if we go here? Is there any problem with that? Oh yes, I guess there is, because White has rook to h3, and that's probably not great. Also, even maybe rook to g3. What's better? Probably. No, probably rook to g3 doesn't work, I imagine, because. No, actually, why doesn't it work? Does it work? Does this work? Well, anyway, rook h3 definitely works, so. How do you have a hat? How do you have a hat? I have a hat as well. But where is it? Into a hat gang. Look, isn't this cool? My little Iceland hat for the extra style points. Like I look like some sort of secret agent like this. Dummy! Hello! Sorry. Who just said dummy? Please no, okay, Dana's freaking out. Freaking the freak out. Enrique Inglesi. Oh, actually, oh my goodness. Wait. Actually, oh boy. Look at this one. How is this? Isn't this nice? I know it is, isn't it? I was already taking it off before she said it. Just saying. It's actually way too warm in here for this. This is better. Wait, okay, one second. I have something else for you guys. But I don't know where it is. Okay, for the real cultured people in here, this is the outfit. Yeah. Right. Isn't this the best one so far? Yeah. Okay. Um, Copyrighted by Anna? No. This is my thing. This is my thing. Tips Fedora, for the real cultured individuals here. Actually, I'm wearing it the wrong way around. I think this is the way. I think this is the actual way, I think. This is a horse racing hat. Anyway, okay. Enough with the charades, with the masquerades, with the dressing up. Get on with the commentary. This is a Harry Potter quote. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but which character in Harry Potter says, "Get on with the commentary"? It's a book thing. Wow, Diana's furious. Yeah. Euromundo. Stella, aren't you a Harry Potter expert? Which, yes, put on the UK accent. I can't do an accent like. No, I can't do an accent. This was a mix of Irish and no, it's not a good idea. I can't do accents. I'm shit at accents. You know this. I think it is Hermione. No, it is not, Stella. Not even close. Granger. Well, yes, but no, it's not Hermione. In the meantime, let's look at then Ron. Also, no, not a thing. Not right. Not even close, people. You're actually way off. Or Harry. No, no. No, Tong Tong. Just because that's the only character you know. No, no, no. Yeah, just in case there's another one. Dumbledore, no, but Dumbledore is closer. Dumbledore is closer. Okay, Umbridge. Okay, that's a better guess, but no. Also not Umbridge. Doctor Who. Draco? No. Umbridge. Bridge. No. Male or female? Snape? No. Diana wants some hints. She's already giving up. Typical. Meanwhile, I'm analyzing here. Snape? No, it's still not Snape. You can say Snape more often, but still not Snape. She's female, okay? The person who says it is female. Funny. Okay, female people. All right, here. Commentary. E4, interesting. I would have thought that this is kind of reasonable for Maggie Stewart. Well done, Dermot. Maggie Stewart. I think that's correct. Not going to help the others solve the question, but I think it is Maggie Stewart. No, never mind. I thought you were saying. I thought this was you were saying the actress. Her actress name is a similar thing. Never mind. Never mind. No, also. Oh, actually, yes, Maggie Smith. Maggie Smith is right. Maggie Smith is right. Dermot. Maggie Smith is the actress who plays that character, but the line is not said in the movies. It's only McGonagall. Yes, Diana got it. Diana got it. I don't think that's how you spell it, by the way, but fine. We'll give you a pass. To Lee Jordan, exactly. FDM. See, this is how we get the new chatters out there. Someone actually knows their stuff. This is the kind of detailed knowledge of Harry Potter that I appreciate. It's only in the book, yes. It's only in the book. It's in book number 5, I believe. Stella has to go. Stella's busy again. Stella's always busy, for those who don't know. worrying, am I right? No, you're still not right. Also, what is this am I right thing that you're typing like you're a cool kid or something? Am I right? That's much worse than sick. Yeah, Stella, Tong Tong knows it as well. Tong Tong knows it as well. Okay, anyway, let's get on with the commentary. Like you're a cool kid, like, you know, a teen, a cool teen. Sick kid. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, someone played d4. Pete, the b4 player, played d5, sorry, not d4, d4, d5 he played. But that looks like it hangs something. Does it not? I don't get that. That does not work, does it? Because you're gonna have to do like this. And if you take here, I think you're gonna get checkmated. Are you gonna get checkmated? I'm not actually sure. Because you have to take here first, maybe? And then... But anyway, this doesn't look fun. Actually, never mind. Like, you can't really defend it in time, can you? Never mind. Yeah. You can just play... somehow I thought you could get back in time, but you can't. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah. Fine, Diana. Okay, go calculate in your own game. Go calculate in your own game. Queen h4, of course. Checkmate. Yeah, so that doesn't work. So what do you do here? The point was that if you have to take with the queen, then of course you're just losing your piece. Same story if you take first. You're not gonna survive that for too long. So this looks like you're losing a piece, Pete. Peace, Pete. Peace out. Wait, I can't tell. Wait, this... I don't think this happened in the game yet. Yeah, so now black needs to find bishop takes f3, which should definitely be doable. He's been thinking for 12 minutes, which in that time I would have already assumed. Well, okay, you critics out there. Dermot, it wasn't mate in 2, let me just say that. It wasn't mate in 2, because if we go back real quick, actually we don't have to go back. So he did find it, by the way. But let me just show you. This is actually not made in 2 because you have h3. So there. Okay, go get him, Mirza Mondino. Good luck. Lil. You're gonna get them. Get him. Go get him. Okay, just wanted to make sure that you see the error of your ways, Dermot. And even then, it's still not checkmate. See, it's checkmate in 4. Way off. Way off. Anyway, okay, let's go to the next game. James against Jason, or Jason against James. Whatever the way may be. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, here. We left off around here. Interesting position. Black is trying to undermine the blockade with some queenside expansion. Sort of a minority attack kind of situation. Change the major board. Let's see, which one's the major board? Oh, this one's over, yeah, okay. Let's put Yannick's game on the major board, okay. Thank you for the heads up. Okay. Also, hello, Halvard, by the way. I didn't say hello. I think Halvard came in at some point. Didn't quite react. There was too much going on. Okay, so minority attack raging on. Okay. Black gets a pawn back after giving the d pawn away. Okay, interesting. So black takes with the bishop here. I don't like that, I don't think. I don't think I like taking with the bishop. Because this allows white to just trade off with bishop c3, but I think the bishop was sort of awkward, whereas your bishop was quite good. Thank goodness. I'm suffering here. I'm gonna have to get some more drink soon. Hey Stella, welcome back. I don't like this. I think you could have done better by trading, by taking with the pawn. You open up your rook for one thing. It gets some scope for the imagination. It also takes the c3 away, square away from white, which means that this bishop is sort of awkward and loose, and is going to remain so for a little while. It is true that it does also restrict your bishop somewhat, but like if you drop your bishop back, maybe even to f8 for some reason, sometimes, just to open up the board a little bit and then bring it out later, I think that would be good for you. Is Diana even watching the stream? Well, she was watching the stream, but now she had to go because she's playing a league game. She's playing in the Four Nations Chess League. You guys can play there at some point, I'm sure. You and Tom. Maybe I'll have a game in it at one point in time. Okay, so here white goes for this little pseudo fork. Could have taken the bishop, could have just went for the trade here, but then your pawn's under attack and it's all a little bit awkward, and like black's bishop is probably a little bit superior to white's knight, especially because the knight is sort of hanging in the balance. Okay, so here queen and rook are combining for a checkmating threat to get out of this fork that was being threatened by black. So black has to do something about this. Actually, now we get back to the idea I mentioned earlier. Bishop to f8, I think that's going to be the move here. I don't think you want to play g6. That seems a little bit suicidal, to open up this diagonal for the bishop, because at that point, actually, you're probably going to be in some trouble. Actually, also, you have this probably, and then you're going to have to move your queen. You're going to be like, this is going to be threatened, or even this. And this, everything is really bad here, I think. Everything would be really bad here. Stella, this tournament is the Sligo Spring Tournament 2022, as it says right there on the screen. We need to do some reading practice again. Tonight I'm gonna have you read some more so you can brush up on those skills. No, okay, stop. Okay. Fine, I believe you can read. I believe you. I can believe you, okay. Fine, but anyway, let's look a little bit more at this position. I think bishop f8 is... Wait, actually, let's just make sure that this wasn't played. Oh, actually, this wasn't played. Wait a minute. Wait, so the game went a bit different. than that. So, oh no, actually, queen g3 was played, bishop f8 was played, knight to e5, queen e6, knight g4. Oh, okay, so here, interesting. So here, white played queen to d3. Another interesting move would have been f4, I suppose, trying to get sort of an outpost, and then maybe threatening this. Also, actually, if you play f4, then you can play rook e1 next, because queen is now defending e1 another time. So f4 would have been worth a thought here. Let's just give it a little line, maybe. F4. It's hard to even find a move for black necessarily. I really don't know what you're gonna do. Let's say you go, I don't know. Well, you probably don't want to remove your bishop from the pin. Don't know. Wow, that's quite the lore deep dive here in your sub message. Well done. Yeah, how are you doing, Donald? I hope everything's good. Did you have Diana sleeping hours, or were you awake before now? Loads of questions. Yeah, I don't know what to play here with black. I don't know. Maybe this. And then you look fine. Or are you fine? 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 Because you're gonna lose your piece back. That's not fine. That is not fine. Yeah, I think this would be lost quite convincingly. So yeah, I think f4 would have probably been good. f4 would have probably been a big opportunity for white here, but okay, let's see. Now white's actually getting kicked around a little bit. Black's getting active. Okay, white's trying to counterattack against the pawn. Does black even care about this pawn at this point is the question. Okay, interesting. All the way back. Oh, white goes on the counterattack. Black on the counterattack. Interesting. So h5. You still do have rook e1 here, because the queen is again protecting the e1 square in this position. Didn't play it. Played knight to e5. Okay. Am I counting wrong? Why can't we like, well, either what happens if we take right now? I guess we get pinned. But what happens if we take this first? And then take with the queen, and we're threatening checkmate, force a queen trade, and then that would be booming. Yeah, so this would be completely lost, unfortunately, because you can just play a4 next move, and this is going to be forever weak. Your rooks are pretty useless compared to the bishops. Yeah, I don't think black would stand any chance here. You're gonna get got. You're gonna get got by this pawn. Thank you, Yaroslav, for the follow. You're halfway up. I don't know what that means. You're up somewhere. So you were hiking, is what you're saying. Interesting. Hope you're having a good time. Hope the weather is good. But I guess you wouldn't be hiking if the weather was not good. Yeah, I assumed it's a mountain. Tougher than I expected, really. Huh. Wait, okay, so he... Wait, did he go for this? Actually, let me just refresh again. Wait, he did not go for this. Hold on. Oh, he did go for this, never mind. But he took with the bishop for some very, 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 very strange reason. He did not want to trade queens. I think forcing the queen trade here is just very, very simple. I think it's probably not better to trade the queens objectively. I don't think the computer cares. The computer is going to win either way, but I think trading the queens makes a lot more sense than not trading the queens. But okay, it's both fine, I suppose. But now it's already a little bit annoying because you're pinned and everything. I don't know why you did this to yourself. You can't even trade the queens now anymore because now you're gonna be actually losing. So crow. Okay, crow. Rogue. 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 Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna struggle a bit more, but I might be back later for the special guest content. Yes, very special, very special. Make the summit. Don't kill yourself making the summit. Okay, so anyway, this looks like James is beating Jason. I think Jason's also kind of youngish. Youngish. Oh, what is this? White King is going on a run. Going for a jog. Leon is actually losing to Dylan. Interesting. Dylan, so I think he was the lowest seed, but he's doing well. He's already got one win under his belt. Now he's maybe getting a second one because we are up a pawn. That's all I know. We're up a pawn. We could also try and win another pawn, but that looks a little bit risky to take this one. Look. But actually this doesn't even do anything. Never mind. The rook just comes in. Actually, I have to take a little bit of a break. I have to have a little toilet break, everybody, so amuse yourselves with the games. I'll be back in a moment. You're boring, Stella. You're not that boring. Come on. Or do you mean you're bored? Gotta create some drama. Wait, my thingies are all tangled up. Technical difficulties. Brief intermission. You're bored, okay. It's a bit of a funny typo there. My cat ate me. That's what happened. Anyway, okay. So we were thinking Dylan's probably feeling quite good in this position. You want to develop your bishop somewhere. So you can get your rook out. That's probably your main concern right now in the position. So you don't want to put it here, I assume, because then white's going to take this and going to be hitting the bishop. You go here, white's going to take here, and then they have this. That would actually, this bishop's defended, I suppose. Could go here, and then this one would at least defend the bishop if necessary. And you can also bring this over, and then you can get the bishop here and even attack the pawn at some point, and you have discoveries on the rook. That might be an idea. Bishop a3 might be an idea. Oh, don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. Okay, well, great. Great song quiz there, Stella. That's a really difficult one. I wonder if any person in chat can solve this one. I left the phone to the side, and when you got back, I thought someone was breaking into the house. Okay, Arrowhead. Wow. Who knows it? Well, Stella. Who knows it? Hello, Cutford. 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 I need to say Cutford, because otherwise Diana's going to be like, you didn't say his name properly. This is my Diana impression, by the way. Nominated for 5 Oscars. Do you give up everybody? Shut up. Okay, our head. Okay, great guess. It's, well, Stella, I think your lyrics were a little bit poorly chosen there. Okay, it says Dylan flagged. I don't believe in this one. I don't believe the game ended here. Right here, we might need some clarification from the tournament hall directly. I don't think this is quite correct. It says Dylan has 0 time, but I don't believe that happened. I doubt it. Maybe they agreed to a draw, although I don't know why they would. Okay, and here, Andrei. This was the game where he played against a Sicilian, and I think he played it all wrong. I think he played it all wrong. Mixing plans, for sure. Like taking with the knight, first of all, which costs a tempo, which is always a little bit dangerous in the Sicilian, and then later, after you take with the knight, I think if you take with the pawn, then his plan is fine to castle and go f4 and maybe put some pressure. But also, but as it is, I think his plan with f4 is just a little bit too slow. You're gonna run into problems defending your e-pawn. Well, right now you can't play queen b7. We were even thinking maybe something like bishop 8 or something would be an idea at some point. Yeah, not comfortable. Oh, bishop a bishop a8 here even. again, basically forcing it. I would actually here I would even prefer bishop a8, I think, because once the knight is no longer on b3, you can actually even play queen to b7 as well. Whereas if you put the bishop on b7, now queen to c6 is of course not a possibility for the moment. Huda versus Mize was a draw. Okay, well, interesting. Oh, introduce myself to the viewers in the green room. Okay, so my name is Patrick. I'm from Germany. I'm sort of a recent adopter of chess. I guess I have been playing, well, a little bit more seriously since the start of the pandemic. And, well, I recently played my first tournament, the Reykjavik Open. It went quite well, I would say, at least for the most part, until I lost a touch move in the second last round and then up a piece in the last run. But before that, it was going well, let's say. But yeah, I have not got a settled rating. Bulger Cup was before that. Yeah, that's true. I guess for the Irish audience, I also played in the Bulger Cup, which also went quite well. But yeah, I'm from Germany, and I'm just here replacing Diana as the commentator because she is playing a 4NCL game right now. So that's my story. that's my story. Yeah. If you guys have any questions, feel free to relay them, or just come into the chat yourselves. What's oh no, Cutford? The touch move thing, you mean, or what? I got all the silly chess mistakes out of the way. Like, the only game I lost in the Bulgar Cup was because I didn't press the clock and then touch move and then losing up a piece. I got all of the silly things out of the way early. That's a joy. But I feel ready now. Anyway, okay, let's see how this game continued. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think black has white has anything here. You got a very solid structure here as black. This bishop is, of course, a little bit tied down, but this is sort of a standard thing in many Sicilians. But I don't think you often get this sort of compensation for that. Now you can even bring the queen at some point. It doesn't look very pleasant. Also, maybe at some point you can think of, like, well, not here, sorry. My arrows are off. But if at some point you protect the pawn, you can even think of advancing on the queen side and trying to shove down something on the c file. Yeah, so I don't think this is looking very good for Andre, the youngster, the young champion, under 12 champion. Sorry, I have a little bit of a dry throat. Not sure why. Wait, Stella with another song? Let's see. Land in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. No sapphire moonlight. We danced for hours in the sand. Tequila sunrise in her body fit right in my hands. Okay, la la la. felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Okay. Does anybody know this song? We're doing song guessing here apparently. Drinking mustard is why my throat is bad, or is that what I need to do to get my throat back on track again, or what? Never mind, don't read that. Well, Stella, you posted it, it's out there. Yes, Leonard, thank you. I'll hydrate myself. I won't hydrate myself with mustard, sorry. Will not do it. Anyway, okay. H6. So far so good. Eventually getting D5 in. Very thematic, for sure. And if black ever achieves D5 in these Sicilians, it's usually bad news for white. Oh, because I have a yellow bottle. Okay, I see. Okay. Well, anyway, this does not look pleasant. Oh, now actually, finally, I love that bishop does go to A8 finally, where I wanted to see it for much of the game. And it does set up all sorts of battery threats. Oh, and then Andre also hangs a pawn here, because the knight will be unprotected if you take back. Okay, he tries to get a pawn back, but now your c pawn is still under attack, and if you try to take here, first of all, you're probably losing a piece, but also your other pawn would also be under attack. So, well, actually, I guess it's only 3 now, but you're going to be losing a piece if you try to get that. So I'll just put it on the board real quick. If you try to go for this kind of thing, and capture the bishop, then I assume you can take here. Oh, actually you can't. Oh, sorry, I'm blundering. Never mind. If you if you do that, you're gonna actually lose, because simple tactics. My bad. So, or actually, is it? Because you could theoretically. No, you couldn't. Never mind. Okay, you're gonna lose there. So what's actually the better move? Maybe you take on d1 first, and then you take, because you're not getting back ranked. Oh, actually, never mind. Your bishop's now on a8. I forgot about the bishop. That doesn't work. So maybe you play something quiet first. Well, either you could play king to h7 and then the same thing is being threatened, and white really doesn't want to defend like this. Or I guess you could play something like in here. But maybe king to c7 is king to h7, sorry, is thematic. To Herb's class. Herbs. Yes. Yes, Henry's class. Have fun. I'll see you later, Stella. Don't expand all your brain power before English class later. And say hi to Tong Tong, the Tongster. Yeah, I assume that you can play like this, and then if rook c1, I guess you're just pretty happy about this. Yeah, this looks very good. I mean, you're still not down. You're still not down a pawn, and this pawn is really weak. This pawn is being defended in a very awkward way, and you're preventing. That's sort of what I'm trying to do with Queen c3. You're preventing the weakness from being traded off. I think This should be very, very good for black. Anyway, let's just quickly refresh what happened in the game. So he played king h7 right away. Okay, I like that as well. I think that's good. Okay, so knight to d5, and then Andre decided he had to sacrifice. Maybe correctly, because your knight's gonna be under attack if this bishop's captured. And if you put anything here, the bishop's still gonna be attacking that eventually. What if you drop back your bishop? Then what do you have here? Oh, well, you have knight c3 for one thing. Yeah, so that's another threat. Knight c3, of course. Yeah. So this is very painful. So he sacks the exchange. Tries to get active with the queen. Here, that's an odd move that white played now, e4, because as far as I can tell, you can just take the knight. And I mean, you're not really gonna get perpetual ever. So I don't know. I think you could have just taken that. Looks fine to me. But okay, probably doesn't really matter too much. He went for e4 instead. Opening up this diagonal for the bishop. Now it's also occupied by the knight, given it some extra targets. And now it's black's turn again. Yeah. I mean, he is a bit short on time. He only has 3.5 minutes left. He's been thinking for 5 minutes, so actually he's been spending a lot of his remaining time on this move, which I don't entirely understand, because it seems to me like you're just in a great position no matter what. You could wait. No, this is not a move. Oops, because you have this, I guess. Wait, no. Do you? Yes, you do, because this does in fact work. So you can't do that. Okay, so that's the truth. So maybe you have to play the queen there instead, so you're protecting the square. Yeah, don't want to miss anything, any cheapos like that. So that's a good reminder for everybody. The game's not over until it's over. Can always be little tricks that you miss and then you just throw it away. Wait, did this happen? Hold on. I'm sure this didn't happen, did it? No, it didn't. Okay, this is the last move, and yeah, we're gonna give him some thinking time, and meanwhile we're gonna check back on our top board where Evgenia was doing really well. After, oh yes, actually we were at this position earlier, and Anand did not quite find the move. He messed up the move order. So if you guys remember, what he had to do here after b4, b5, so b4, b5, it looked quite dire for black with this fork, but actually there is a kind of very nice way out. You have to take here first. So if white takes the queen, we looked at knight takes e2, queen has to move. I don't know where exactly, f2, f3 maybe, I don't know. And then you take, well, you can, I guess, take here, and then you take here, and then you're probably even better. Which is quite a fantastic line, in my opinion. So we would be happy with that, but he didn't quite find it. Oh, also, if you guys are wondering what happens after queen takes, then we have queen a5, and if he takes, we have bishop takes e5 and winning the queen. Okay, so that was quite the cool line. But Anand, he played queen a5 first, probably thinking that this and then b takes a6 wouldn't work out for him, because I mean it does look scary giving up your queen like that, for sure. So why does this not work? Because you take here and then you don't even care. Yeah, you don't care, you just don't capture back for a little while. But actually, what if you take here and then you're just gonna be up a piece? Yeah, up in exchange, I guess. Up in exchange. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this is quite the line. And I guess Anand slightly miscalculated this. He had the right idea with queen a5, but just the move order not quite correct. And wait, did this actually happen? I'm never sure. I always feel the need to refresh after I put a line in, because let's see. Did this actually happen? Yes, this actually happened. Evgenia did find it. That she doesn't take the knight back right away, but instead plays knight to c4. Probably what Anand missed here in this line, knight c4. Very tricky, very nice move. And we did actually go this exact line that we just calculated. Did go down that line, and yeah, should be pretty straightforward for white to win with the extra exchange in this position. It's really powerful in this position as well, because yeah, the bishop and knight don't coordinate nearly as well as if black had two bishops. Also, we have passed pawn, and we had another one that we gave up for some other benefits to our position. Yeah, so we have these passed pawns, and that should just be quite enough to win. So actually, it looks like Evgenia is going to be on 3.5 out of 5 out of 4. Sorry, 3.5 out of 4. That would secure the lead for her. I think Jacob could still catch her after this round. Like, Jacob could tie her for first place, and then it would actually. Did Jacob and Evgenia play already? Let me check real quick. Thank you, Tong Tong. Pay attention to Henry's class. What are you doing here? But thank you for the hydrate. Let's see. Masters, I think they played each other, didn't they? And they made a draw. Yes. So Jacob already played against Evgenia. The two leaders, potentially. Laura is holding on for now, but this looks tricky. I can definitely see some winning chances. I mean, okay, Jacob's down in exchange, but this pawn looks difficult to stop. Pawn looks difficult to stop for sure. Let's see. What can we do here? Another problem is here that this is going to be threatened, and if you move the queen at all, let's say, I don't know. Oh, actually, never mind. Wait, does this work? Hold on. Here, here. and here, and here, here, and leave this. Okay, so this doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. So what do you do here? Maybe, actually, okay, let's look at this one. What if you play rook f1? And then let's say queen moves. Oh, okay, let's say you take the queen. Then I think you're fine. Because after bishop b2, you can go back now. And now it's different because the rook is no longer on the right square. Okay, so now they don't have rook to d1 check, and if black goes here, then you have king h2, and then your two pawns, I imagine they give you enough counterplay to make a draw here. Actually, yeah, because the king alone or the rook alone, the rook will have to move at some point, is what I'm saying, and the king alone will not be able to march over and stop the pawns. Eventually, you can give up one, and then the rook will have to come back to stop the other, and then you win this, and then you have a 3 versus 2 endgame, which should be a comfortable draw. Relatively comfortable, I mean. Okay, so I'm good, Tong Tong. How are you? My throat is a little bit dry. I've been doing too much talking. I'm not used to this as much. Diana is much more of a talker than me. But yeah. Wait, did this come on the board? Oh yeah. No, this didn't come on the board. Sorry. I hate this leechess feature where you get confused about the lines. Okay, so I think rook f1 would have maybe been a good move, because I was gonna say, let's say the queen comes back to protect the rook. Then you can probably attack the pawn in some way and threaten to win it, and then you tie down, and then this is not going to come with nearly as much threat. So queen c4 maybe. Yeah, and you play something like this, you're just going to lose the pawn, so that doesn't work. If you try to do this, then you also lose your pawn, and then you're losing. Okay, so this would have probably worked, I assume, but Lara played something else. She played queen to g4. Yannick hasn't moved for an hour. Let's see. What's Yannick's game looking like? Oh no, this is the challenger. Yannick. When they don't move, it usually... Yeah, I think this is just a draw, actually. Is it? Were they repeating? Yeah, I think they... Yeah, I think they made a... Actually, no, wait. He played queen d8 in the end. Never mind. So I'm not sure what happened here. But maybe they made a draw after all or something. I don't know. That's usually what happens when the relay just stops, that they made a draw. But maybe we can get some confirmation on that. Okay, then I guess I'm going to pick another game for the board down below. This one actually, I mean, I assume this one's this one's ending. Actually, no, this one's still going technically. Let's actually look at this one on the main board. David Houston against Rustem. I mean, this definitely looks like black's getting mated. what's the simple solution here? Is he actually getting mated? Or did David manage to swindle a draw here somehow? Because actually the queen's sort of locked out by the bishop. And the queen's sort of locked out by the bishop. What happened here earlier? Because black was just completely busted. Okay. Okay, so rook takes c5. I don't know why we don't play queen g4. And then just to win an exchange instead of losing an exchange. But okay, we were feeling bloodthirsty. No, but now you can't take the rook anymore, can you? I mean, your knight is like the crown jewel of your position. It's dominating this bishop. It's having all sorts of mate threats. I'm not happy with giving this knight up. Not happy. Also, this rook is like not running away. Like it can't do anything. You don't need to take the rook now. You can just run the knight away, like knight d4, for example. I guess here, no, maybe not d4, because you can get hit by the pawn. Let's maybe run to h4 instead. But now this rook can't be defended, as far as I can tell. So you just actually, it's a full piece that he gave up here for very little reason. He could have won the rook for free, but instead he gave the knight for the rook. And since he already sacrificed an exchange earlier, that just leaves him one pawn up. Yeah, so not clean by Rustam here. Definitely very sloppy, especially considering he had 47 minutes here, and actually he gained time with this move. He gained 25 seconds with this move, which means that he actually only spent 5 seconds on this move, where he could have just won a full rook instead of a rook for a piece, which is very unfortunate. Just giving away a full piece there. And well, now it's not even, I mean, it's just opposite colored bishops. This bishop got really active again. This bishop's actually now somewhat worse than the black bishop. You still have an extra pawn, but it means very little in this position, I would say. Oh, thank you so much, Omid. Omizi, the chess rap god. I think that's you, isn't it? Thank you so much, everybody, for coming in. We are doing some commentary for the Sligo Spring Tournament. This is not Diana, if you have noticed. I'm just doing some guest commentary here while she's playing her 4NCL match. And actually my voice is sort of showing the strain, so let me... The AB Champion of the World. What does that stand for? AB, Uli Ewok. Oh, Alberta. Alberta Champion of the World. Okay, nice. Yeah, okay, so White actually seems like he sort of threw away the win here. Oh, actually, maybe he got it back at some point. Let's see. This is the main part we actually wanted to look at. Just I remember now. I remember now. So king to h3, getting out of this threat of winning the queen. and also out of this pin here. A rook e8 check. It looks like there should be some sort of mate, maybe. So let's try to find something. So what's the move here? I mean, this doesn't work, I guess, because you probably run out after taking the bishop. Do you even take the bishop? Or do you rely on some sort of perpetual? Let's see. So what happens if we do something like this? Are we just losing now? Oh wait, what? There's a rook there. I'm blind. There's a rook there. Never mind. So maybe if we want to give up the bishop, otherwise I don't think we can really expect to do anything. Like we can do sort of a perpetually kind of thing here, like with a rook. But if we want to win and we want to give up our bishop, can we do it like this? Now rook c8, and okay, so if the king steps to the wrong square, then we should just be checkmating, I think. Yeah, this is checkmate soon. So where does the king go instead? This is the only other square. Do we have anything here? With this check. Maybe 7. I don't think we have anything here anymore. Looks like we're running out of checks. We have this check here. Bishop can't block, fortunately. Okay, if the king goes back here, then I think we just have checkmate like this somehow. Yeah, so this would be checkmate. So here and here, that's also mate. Is here like this. But what if he goes here? I mean, it's a little bit complicated. Maybe here. King goes back. I don't know. Do we have a perpetual or something? No, that doesn't really do anything. If we want to win. Okay, this is another check. Let's just try all the checks. Here, I guess, okay, this is looking promising. He has to run up. And well, well, we can just keep checking. This is checkmate, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, and if he goes to a3 right away, then we're winning a queen, aren't we? Okay, and now we have to, after all this calculation, we have to evaluate if this is actually good for white, which I assume it is, because we can play something like queen a4, and he stays on the pawn. We can maybe do this, and then pawn and bishop are free. So I think this would probably be winning, or at least good for white, at least winning chances for white. But okay, this is sort of a long line. So maybe we can't blame him too much for not going for it. Although I think we can blame him, because I think he at least had a very safe perpetual at some point. But okay. This also kind of wild. He's just running. And okay, but now this should be a draw, I suppose. Just gonna end up in an opposite color bishop, maybe with rook's endgame. But okay, maybe. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything. Shouldn't be anything there. So this is probably gonna end up in a draw after all that, because Rustam, he did blunder a piece at some point. I think before all of you guys showed up, we showed this. He was completely dominating here. I decided to sacrifice a rook here instead of going for the maybe simpler queen g4. But much more shocking, I think here he played bishop takes e8 instead of running the knight away and then playing bishop takes e8, just saving a full piece. Which, yeah, that's unfortunate. With 47 minutes on the clock, probably something you should find. I'm not exactly sure about the elo. This is the major section. These are not title players or anything. I can look up the elos. This is like club level. Wait, where are we? Sorry. So 1700. 1700 is the rating of black. I think white may be in the same sort of range. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely understandable. Like, it's 1700s sort of. It happens, but I think this one. I don't think this one is necessarily something a 1700 would usually miss. Like, I can see myself missing it in many time controls, but not maybe with 47 minutes. No, FIDE 1700, I think. But he might not place too much FIDE, so he might be underrated. I'm not sure. So David Houston, he's, by the way, as I think we've mentioned before, the treasurer of the Sligo Chess Club, where this tournament is hosted. So he's the hometown hero, which is great because now he still has some chances for the title later today. I think if he plays against Lucian Oshpit, who is on 4 out of 4 so far, whoever plays against him, I think if Lucian loses, there's still some chances for the title for these players who are on 3.5. So that would be fun. That's going to be fun to see later. Yeah, okay, see you later, Omid. Thanks for the raid again. I appreciate it. How is Dean's game? Okay, let's look at Dean in the challenger section. Dean. Oh, Dean won. Looks like Dean, well, according to the thing, the game is still going, but let's see what happened and what happened here. This looked very this looked very much like it was heading towards a draw. Okay, king to c3 is a bit of an odd move. It sort of chases the rook where it wanted to go anyway. I think that's the only reason to play rook d4, is to play rook d1 after, or to at least threaten rook d1. King c1 makes a lot more sense to me, to stop rook d1. But okay, so king to c3, rook to d1, and now, okay, now I understand that. Oh, white's only 1300, okay, but then he's probably underrated, like, I think he would, yeah, I imagine he's underrated. But yeah, I can definitely see why white might lose this one. I think letting the rook in was definitely a big mistake. Okay, bishop c ace, also a strange move. To me, to my eyes. Not entirely sure what the point of that was. I think, oh, actually, actually, okay, he wanted to do threaten this fork, but actually he could just do it right now. And if you take here, you have bishop to b5 check. Yeah, so actually this was a miss by black. Black missed a tactic here. I think d4 should be winning on the spot. Yeah, you can't really do anything about it. Like, there's nothing really that white can do to get out of this. It is check. So, yeah. You're gonna lose an exchange here for a pawn, but especially considering how bad your bishop is, that should be very, very easily winning for black. But okay, let's see how it went after that. Some shuffling. Rooks get traded. I'm not in love with trading the rooks here because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe otherwise you were gonna have to repeat or something. Now, okay, well, now he hung another pawn. Rook to b6. The only threat here is this little pin that he set up. So you're gonna have to play king c2. He did not play king c2. I'm not sure why. So he lost a pawn here, and then also sort of blundered into trade here. Actually, this another miss here, I think, because here you're gonna have some trouble as white. If the rooks get traded, this game is just very over. So, and you're also going to be losing another pawn, probably. So I think this was another big miss by black, to not take here. Yeah, and if you take here, sorry, no, if you don't take there, it's sort of hard to imagine what else you should be doing. Let's say play king c3, and then you just take another pawn, and same sort of situation. Well, also your bishop's under attack, so you probably have to take it even, and then, I mean, yeah, that's not going to be beautiful. You're just going to have these two passed pawns. Anyway, okay, that was, again, very winning for black. Another tactic that he missed. But okay, I mean, it's still winning, so can't be too critical. Okay. Okay, this works as well, I guess, but you could have also just played a4, yeah? a4 now, fine. Again, here I don't like taking with the bishop. I think just taking with the rook is much, much simpler. If you trade rooks, this is always going to be very, very easily winning. Especially, like, even if you're not up that pawn and have this weakness, also your opponent's pawns are all on light squares in a bad way. Like, sometimes to generate winning chances, putting your pawns on the same square as your bishop and the opponent's bishop in a same color bishop endgame can be good if you're trying to win and dominate the position and you have more space and stuff, but these ones are just weaknesses, and weaknesses you can't solve either. So at some point this is going to come, and then your bishop's going to be tied down forever. You're going to lose this pawn, and yeah, not going to be pleasant. But okay, you didn't want to trade off the rooks. It's not too big of a problem. You just do it some other time. And yeah, I think the rest of the game kind of a formality. Here you can, of course, also just take the pawn. But also you can force him into Zugzwang. It doesn't really, yeah, just force this. Okay, I mean, here sometimes it works to do this, but like here it doesn't, because white can take and then actually queen first, and then you lose, which would be awkward. So you have to make sure that he doesn't stalemate him there, but he doesn't. And okay, then he made a rook. Okay, I guess maybe they didn't have a second queen on the board. I don't know. Maybe he just made, either he wanted to troll him or he just didn't have another queen ready. I guess it doesn't really matter too much if you make a rook or a queen at this point. But okay, that means all of the challenger games are over, I think. Yeah, this one looks like it's over as well. So black one's here. Let's see this Alice game. Alice Twome. Let's look at some female players in honor of Diana. Oh, okay, this game ended very quickly. Black just blundered a piece immediately. Okay, no use to look at this game. Okay, well, let's just go back to the majors, the Masters rather. Think. Oh, every game's over. All the games ended while I was focused on this lovely Dean game where you missed some tactics. Well, okay, so Evgenia won. Clean commentary there. Missed all the games ending. Fantastic. Okay. I didn't think they would all end. Okay, I mean, we remember this. How did she finish it off? Yeah, I think this was quite simple in the end. Well done by Evgenia. Some nice tactics. Anand, very unlucky actually. I think he nearly solved that position. I think he missed knight c4 in that line that we talked about. I think here he missed that white at knight c4. Otherwise, he can capture here, and then he's probably fine-ish. But the line to defend, we've talked about it a couple of times, was this. So this will win for black, so white can't do that. And probably the reason why he didn't go for this was this, but actually this is still okay for black. But like, okay, very difficult to see, of course, in some way. It's quite far out, and you have to see and also evaluate this position correctly. Can't really blame him for missing this one. I don't know if he was in some time trouble as well, but yeah. Okay, that was a nice game by Evgenia, for sure. Nice tactics. Oh, Lara actually won. Let's see how that happened. That's fantastic. Lara doing a good job. We're non-biased, but also we're kind of rooting for Diana's Olympiad teammate here. So Lara did great here. We were thinking she was in a little bit of trouble at some point. Like, yeah, not sure if it was looking so great around these parts, but maybe that was. Oh yeah. Okay, so actually, Jacob at some point sacrificed an exchange here, and got this nice little pass pawn. Oh yeah, that was this position, right? I remember. Where actually we thought maybe a rook f1 here was good, or I thought, I guess, rook f1 here might have been good, and yeah, because yeah, this was the line where here, then you don't have rook d1 anymore, like in some other lines, so you would actually win the pawn back here, and if the queen sticks around and defends the rook, let's say here or here, maybe to leave this open for the bishop. Then you can stay on the pawn and probably defend like this. But Lara had a different approach. She played queen to g4. I saw someone saying earlier, I think, that the computer said this was bad. I'm just gonna check it with the computer now. Oh yeah, okay, so here it says black is completely winning, -5. What's the tactic? Okay, so top computer move is queen b8. What's the point? I guess you're just collecting. I don't know. What are you doing? I mean, you're threatening some things. What's the natural move here? What did Lara have in mind? Problem is you can't ever do something like this because of the back rank problems. And I guess this queen does keep moves like rook to king to h2 from being played. How's the chat so that, by the way? Is anybody still here? We have 60 viewers, but nobody's talking. Nobody's talking to me. Talk to me, people. I guess we're gonna have a little bit of a break now, just so my voice can get some rest before the next game. Yes, but I'm afraid to say the wrong move. Okay, so queen e4, you're saying. Ah, there you go. There's some chat engagement. That's what we like to see. I think people are more happy to talk to Diana than to me. Shocking developments. Okay, but like, okay, you say queen e4, but don't we want to try to defend our pawn in some way? Wouldn't we want to try that anyway? Wouldn't we want to at least try this to see what the point is? Omid's crowd are all in bed, so they're watching in bed and sleeping, or what? They're like passive viewing. You see why I'm afraid? Yes, okay, sorry, Leonard. Sorry, Leonard. Okay, well, queen e4, fine. Let's look at queen e4. But the problem is, like, I think we can just take this, and then now we're protecting the pawn. And also, like, this is now a thing as well. Here and here. I think this wouldn't be good. Sorry, Leonard. And if we play queen to c4, what then? Ah, you come back here. And then, then you're getting in all sorts of trouble. And if you go back now, then your pawn's falling. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me now. Okay, so Lara and Jacob both missed this. Can't blame them too much. This was a bit difficult. Queen f2. But now Lara got active, defended her pawn. Interesting. So queen, interesting here. That's actually very, very interesting. So Lara here played queen to c4, and then went queen to g4 to defend. Now Jacob, at this moment, can... Why can't we do this now? Oh, wait, what? Oh, is your... No. What's the problem? Some sort of rook takes f6 maybe, and if you play here, you lose your rook like this. Okay, yeah. All right, my blindness is cured. I'm also big battered from this commentary thing. All right, so this is no longer an option. So now he has to be careful, and here Lara decides not to go back to c4, which would makes some sense because that's where she just came from. But instead, maybe that would have forced or would have encouraged a repetition. But now she goes queen to f4, and Jacob actually gives up the f7 pawn like this. I don't know if he was, maybe he was desperate to win, really trying to go for the tournament victory, not wanting to give Evgenia that half-point lead against him, as she already won her game probably at this point. So this is how the game continued. Not obvious to me that white should necessarily be winning here. Yeah, okay, let's see what the computer says. Yeah, computer says it was a draw until here. Computer says equal until rook to d7. Okay, so what's the move? Oh, oh, that's unfortunate. I guess you have king rook f1, and if the bishop moves, you have this checkmate. If the bishop moves here, you have this, I assume. No, actually, does this work? And then something like this, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is probably good. This is probably good enough, I would imagine. Yeah, and here, of course, your key pawn is hanging. And then Lara, I guess, I don't know if Jacob missed this, but now, because your queen is tied down to your bishop, moving the rook hangs this pawn. He did take it after all. Yeah, but now your queen and rook aren't watching each other, so I can imagine that you either get mated or you lose your rook in some way. Queen f8. Oh, rook to g7. That's an ugly move to have to play. And yeah, that just wins the game on the spot. Wow, okay, so well done, Lara. Definitely swindled this game. Well, I wouldn't say swindled actually, but maybe got Jacob to overpress a little bit and turned it around on him. Very nicely done. Very, very nice. Okay, good game. That means that Lara is actually on 3 points right now. That would put her in second place. And clear second place even. I think it's Evgenia on 3.5. Lara on clear second with 3. Oisin and Alex Buburn, they drew. I think yesterday we had some people calling him Babs or Babby, which I'm not sure if that's going to catch on. Oh yeah, okay, this game was a lot of trades. But very good achievement for Oshin. Open exchange here in the end, but the bishops are too good to try to win. Makes sense, I guess, that this would be a draw. Bit of a GM draw. The GM was low on time, so I guess he probably offered a draw here, I would imagine. Or would he? I don't know. Would he offer a draw here? I don't know who offered the draw, but maybe you don't offer a draw to a GM in an equal position, even when he's down on time. At least I wouldn't maybe dare. I would maybe dare offer the GM a draw here, but who knows? Okay, so that was a draw, one of only 2 draws. Oh no, what happened? Wait, what happened here? Wasn't Dylan completely winning against Leon? Oh, actually no, never mind. That wasn't that game. I'm thinking of a different game. He was, I think, a little better, but not completely winning. Oh, and here He gave a perpetual of sorts. Interesting. I mean, we were thinking about like developing your bishop somewhere. I don't know, before then we were saying it's maybe annoying to get hit like this. But what about bishop a3? You have some threats eventually. So actually knight can't really take because aren't you playing this one? Ah, no, that doesn't work. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Maybe it's actually not so clear. Maybe this rook hits the knight, but then you're still gonna get hit with this. But at least this construction is now a little bit loose. What if you go rook king d8? I don't know. Okay, but with low on time, with being low on time, I understand why Dylan maybe didn't want or didn't fully feel confident going for this. Definitely looks a little bit messy. Pete, how about this game? The the b4 coming out again. Didn't pan out this time. Looks like he lost here. What happened there? Oh yeah, of course. He blundered this fork. If we talked about this earlier, the problem here is that you can take on f3 intermediately, and if you take with the queen, obviously you lose your, well, rook takes c4 I guess is better. If you lose your piece, and if you take with the pawn, you are going to get checkmated after king h1, and here this is not going to be defensible, so you can delay it for a little bit, but that's going to be checkmate. So unfortunately, Pete blundered a piece here in that way, and Manuel nicely found the tactic. Yeah, and I think you played it. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, he played it quite cleanly. Okay, made it a bit exciting there in the end, but yeah. Okay, Jason against James, that was already over quite a while ago, and Andre lost as we expected after this slightly botched anti-Sicilian, or well, game against the Sicilian rather. Yeah, he tried to go for some tricks here, but it didn't quite work out. Yeah, black managed to defend here. I think, was this the only move? Bishop takes g2? Otherwise you get mated? Yeah, I guess so. I guess it was the, the only move that won, but one winning move is good enough. And that was checkmate in the end, I guess, some way. Yeah. I mean, king e4, not a move that's legal, but I guess king f2, and then this is checkmate. Yeah, okay. So that's it for round whatever it is, round 4. I don't know, do you guys want to play like an arena or something on the break, or what would you guys like to do? Any wishes in chat? Is anyone still there who wants to decide on break content? Otherwise, I'll just put on starting soon and leave it there. Well, I guess I could end the stream, but I don't think that's necessary. Okay, any opinions? Quickly. Hello, how am I doing? Could do what Diana did yesterday. I could, yeah. I could do some words on stream. Could put some words on stream on for sure if there's any interest. Actually, we can do this real quick. We can show some pictures of the venue. I'll just okay. Just do it like this. Very professional. Okay, so here we have some pictures of the game day of the venue. We can see Alex. This is Lara, I think. Okay. Nice little photo op. Oh, here, this is top board. Evgenia against Anand Kumar. This is the top board of the major section. This one ended quite quickly, I think. There was some blunders. And yeah, this is the top board of the swoop that up. Okay, censored. No, WhatsApp conversations are getting censored. Okay, that's that for now. Those were all the pictures, I think. And yeah, all right, wait. Nobody's gonna play words on stream. You can play a symbol with us on Lichess. I don't think I'll play a symbol with you on Lichess, I'm afraid. I think I need some food. I think that's what I need more than a symbol on Lichess. I played a symbol actually yesterday against some of my students. I'd actually not played a symbol before, and it's quite exhausting. So it's not a great break time activity. Let me say that. Okay, so do you guys want like a Lichess arena or what you want? Like I can just put on starting soon. Otherwise, maybe I'm gonna be back and I don't know talk to you because I feel lonely or something. Now that Diana's playing. How many did I lose? I won all of them, but barely. I was actually the thing was not everybody could join, so I had to play a couple people manually. So I had to like switch tabs sometimes to play on some of the boards. And then one time my mouse slipped my queen, but I still won, luckily. But nah, it's not my kind of thing. I like my slow chess, where I have my time, not where I need to like blitz out 5 games at a time. But anyway, okay, take a break. All right, if nobody wants any particular content, then I'm just gonna put on the break screen, or I guess we don't have a break screen. I'll put on the starting soon screen, and I'll see you. I don't know. Actually, let's see. Let's quickly just see when the next round is. Oh, it's actually already in half an hour or like 35 minutes. Okay, so you won't have to suffer too long without me. I'll be back then. Okay, so actually I guess just disable camera and let's see how this goes. So we can just put this on, and then we can have the thing with the schedule. And let me just refresh that. So everybody can see. I can make like a little text thing. Like this, maybe. Oh, never mind. Okay, actually, this is not smooth. Okay. Actually, let me add. Okay. How about this? Great. Fantastic. Am I married? Fantastic first chat of your life in this channel. Very good. No, I'm not married. Great question, though. Great question. Okay, and anyway, guys, I'll see you, or guys and girls, and whoever else is watching. I'll see you guys after the break in about half an hour for the next round. Maybe a little bit longer because the feed usually has some delay, and I need to eat. So I'll see you then. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. We are back with round 5 of the Sligo Spring Chess Tournament. I know you've all been waiting desperately for this one, so let's get started. I think the feed has just come online, so here we go. Hope everybody's still here and alert and ready for the next round. It's very important that you don't miss a minute. Don't miss a minute. I don't know why I'm talking in a fake bad Irish accent. I don't know. Anyway, okay, it's Laura against Yevgenia on board 1. Craziness. Board 1 of the master section. Laura, by the way, she is I'm not exactly sure what seed. Let me just quickly check. But definitely one of the lower seeds in the tournament. Yeah, so she was 11th seed out of 14, but she's been playing really well recently. Okay, it has to also be said, I guess, that she did get a little bit fortunate in some of the games, winning from clearly worse positions. And last game, she was her opponent had a move that was completely winning and missed it, and then she ended up winning. So, you know, she got a little bit fortunate in some ways, but of course, that's still great. Like, still really well done by her to be on 3 points. She's on 3 out of 4. That means she's in second place. Yevgenia is on 3.5 points. So, and Laura is, by the way, the only player on 3. That means if Laura wins the game here, she's going to win the tournament alone. If Evgenia wins or draws, then I believe Evgenia is going to win. Yeah. And if it's a draw, Laura can be caught by several people who are on 2 points. I think it's Alex Baburin, Anand, and Oshin that are on 2 points. So yeah, interesting situation before the last round. Let's see what Laura goes with. Actually, I'm pretty sure I already know what she's going to go with. She plays the Catalan with white. And yeah, we get the straight most common theoretical Catalan. This is the default position. Oh, actually, here she plays knight f3 as opposed to bishop g2. I guess it doesn't really make a difference. I don't think, at least. I don't think it enables anything else. Okay, and bishop b4, one of the most popular lines against the Catalan, especially recently. She goes bishop d2. And personally, I also like playing the Catalan, and I personally like knight to d2 in these positions. It's supposed to be a little bit dodgy, but I do like these positions just a little bit more. But I don't like it so much with the knight out first. So I would prefer this kind of thing with like knight d2. I would prefer with the bishop on g2 instead of the knight on f3, because then you can get or keep a little bit more flexibility. That's why in general I would play bishop g2, because I'm not a great fan of deciding that this knight is going to go to f3, even though in 99% of the cases it probably will. But I don't see why you wouldn't put the bishop on g2, which is always going to go to g2. I can't imagine a situation where it wouldn't. But okay, doesn't really matter too much. Very small details. Okay, so bishop d2 and bishop back. The point here is that you want, I mean, it might look a little bit strange to play bishop d4 check and then just move right back on bishop d2, But the point here is that you want to deny this d2 square from one of the knights. Actually, in some cases, the knight from f3 will even go to d2 in order to recapture a pawn once black captures on c4. Because the ideal thing would be to have the knights on c3 and c4. Nicely supporting the bishop. Typical for these Catalan setups. This is kind of the goal in some ways. But okay, doesn't make it that easy. She forces the bishop to d2, pulls back, occupying the d2 square. So now it's going to be hard to recapture with a knight on c4. Although there's still some lines where there's a capture, and then sometimes the knight's going to go to a3. But actually, Laura had one of these positions in maybe round 1, I think, where she actually also had this option of playing knight a3 and recapturing on c4, and actually she played knight c3 in that position and ended up in a worse position, and I think she actually lost that game. I think that was round 1 against Jacob, maybe. I think she might have been playing against Jacob. Oh no, against Manuel, actually. She played against Manuel and lost in that game. Jacob actually she beat last round. But yeah, she had that game against Manuel where she played knight to c3 instead of knight to a3. She didn't ever end up getting the pawn back. She played bishop h3 at some point, and like it didn't go well for her. But okay, so far so normal. Bishop f4. Bishop f4, never mind, not so normal. Also, b3 I don't think is what you're supposed to play here. I think the move is generally queen c2. Oh well, actually, never mind, you didn't put your bishop on g2 yet. So bishop g2 would be the normal move. So this would be the normal sort of variation, and then you can play a bunch of things with black, castle or knight d7 or c6, mostly. Yeah. Wait, actually, I can't see chat anymore. Where did chat go? 1 second. Hi, Dark Poison and Leonard and Domain Architect. Domain Architect, sorry. Domain Architect. I can't read. Domain Architect, thank you. Well, thank you, by the way, Leonard. I appreciate that. But Dark Poison, I started playing chess. Well, I first started playing chess a couple years ago when I started university, but I didn't really play at that point. I was just like sometimes during lectures. I made an account, let's say. I made an account, and then we played, like, I played with my friends sometimes during lectures, but not really. And then during the pandemic, I started taking it a little more seriously. So, like, how long has it been now? Like 2 years, I guess. And I was around, I don't know, 1100 or something when at the start of the pandemic. As I said, I didn't really play before that. I don't have a German rating thing, no. I played one tournament in Reykjavik and one in Ireland, but the ratings aren't. Also, like I don't know what my, like I don't think my rating got thing. I don't have an official rating yet. How did you get so good so fast? Well, I don't know. I guess I didn't really. I'm not that good, but also I guess I spent a lot of time playing and around chess, or during the pandemic. I do coach, but mostly I teach kids. Mostly kids, mostly little lovely kids. But I mean, if you want coaching from me, Dark Boys, and by the way, I would refer you to Diana. But if you want coaching from me, feel free to write me a message on Lichess or whatever. But, you know, disclaimer, I'm not actually that great. But okay. Oh, maybe I do. I didn't check my rating. Like, I don't really like. The thing is, my FIDE rating got ruined by my last 2 rounds where I lost a touch move and up a piece against two like 1700 players, which was unfortunate. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I don't know what my rating is. Anyway, it's not really after one tournament you can't really say that's a rating. Like even if I had got a really high rating, because I won a bunch of players, then it doesn't really say anything about your actual skill. Anyway, let's get back to Lara's game. A bit strange, like she's reluctant to put the bishop on g2 for some reason. And here already, I'm tempted to play c5 as black, because white isn't really like, white still needs a little bit of effort to castle. The knight isn't on the right square yet. Like eventually the bishop can come out here and give another check and be annoying again once you trade. Let's say something like this. Here your bishop's immediately going to be under attack. I don't know what exactly Lara is doing in this opening. A Prague Tarrasch. I'm not too familiar with the different names of the variations. The thing is, having this g3 structure, like g3, not such a useful move, and if you allow this kind of thing. Anyway, I'm not too happy with Laura's opening, but we'll check back in a bit. Let's just quickly go through all the other games. Jacob against Alex Baburin. Another d4. I think he plays a little bit more classically, knight c3. And we have a Nimzo Indian, classical Nimzo with queen c2. In my experience, a lot of people try to play some of the, let's say, more non-standard Nimzo Indians with like f3 or a3, like the same kind of things. But actually, these e3, like these column systems, e3 and queen c2, I think they're actually a little bit underused, in my opinion. I think they're actually quite not very easy to deal with at all. Personally, against queen c2, I like I like c5. Actually, I have also played b6, which is interesting. This can get quite chaotic. So this is actually one thing I played in Reykjavik, and this is the game where I lost to touch move, unfortunately. So the line here, it usually goes c5, sorry, c5, and then here's an interesting situation. So I knew my opponent here played often e5, which is not actually as great because you have c takes d4, then you have a3, bishop takes, b takes, and then you go back with the knight, and c takes d, and you have bishop b7, and this is not bad. Like, it looks a bit strange for black, but this is definitely an alright position. This is sort of the main line. Another option is d5, where you have queen e7, and then you have some tricks with this pin. But okay, I'm not going to go too far into that now, because it's not really relevant. Okay, so he played a3, and they traded right away, which is a very tame variation of this opening. Not the most popular, I think. I think d5 is not the most popular. I think people play like e6 or something. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so opening explorer says b6, d6. b6 is the most common. Yeah, I would have thought so. But okay, d5 seems solid enough. Okay, and so this is the position right now. After 10 moves, queen back to c2. And okay, this is interesting because now you're gonna have a little bit of a question. What are you gonna do with this bishop? Are you gonna try to play e3, and then you're gonna lose castling rights? Either way, no matter if you take with the rook or the king. So yeah, not exactly clear how it's gonna turn out in this one. Okay, let's look at Oshin, or Oshin, I guess. I'm sorry, my Irish name pronunciation still needing some work here. Let's see, how did this game start? Another d4. All the top boards playing d4. Maybe d4 is just a superior opening. Only the lower boards play e4. Let's see. So, actually, Oshin played e4 last game. He lost against his opponent. He lost against Jacob. No. Who did he play last round? He lost in the Najdorf. I remember this, but I don't remember who he played. Oh, never mind. I was talking about Andre. Actually, Oshin played against. He actually played against Alex Beburin and made a draw. So he made a draw against the Grandmaster last round. Nice little achievement by Oshin. For I think he's 1800 rated, so very good. Okay, let's see how this game went. Okay, this is I like this for black. I don't think this is such a great opening success for white. I mean, maybe you're going to take eventually, and then this, and I think this looks good. If you don't take, I don't know, what else are you going to do? Not entirely sure. Sorry. What do you do instead if you're white? Your pieces are a little bit awkward. Like, your bishop doesn't really have tons of good squares. Your rook doesn't really have tons of good squares. Your other rook's sort of blocked in by the bishop as well. I think you almost need to open it up and give this tempo. And then, I don't know, you can trade off queens, and but this is not going to be anything too spectacular. You might like develop like this while the knight's still controlling d2. But you need to be a little bit careful here, I think, as white. Don't love the opening too much, but this sometimes happens in certain kinds of queens. Whoops. Like Tarrasch, semi-Tarrasch kind of positions. I think I think the main move here is CD5. I think this is sort of the move that white usually plays. And I don't think E3 is maybe the greatest alternative. C5, an explosive move has been made. On what board are we talking? Are we talking about this one, or what are we thinking? Anyway, okay, let's go to the next game. Manuel against James. Okay, let's see. Oh, E4. See, as soon as we go to the lower half, the lower half, I guess this is maybe the middle board, we see an E4. Okay, another Caro-Kann. Interesting variation. Can't see I've ever seen this one. Queen to F3. I'm not familiar with this. Maybe even interesting, you could have thought about pushing, but maybe then this kind of stuff gets a little bit annoying and white gets good development. Maybe this is like a thing you can play and claiming that you can't take your knight, which I'm assuming is true. What if you play this? Then you're gonna play here, and then you can play E5 maybe. And then, then things are gonna get interesting. Okay. I think some madness could ensue here. This would have been interesting. As is, we went to a little bit of a quieter variation. Actually, kind of a similar setup, except no pawns on the board anymore. Oh, and then we took on F6. Interesting. Opening up the G file. Allowing black to block this attack by the queen and the bishop with a pawn now. I don't know. I think... And your bishop's also still attacked, so you owe black a tempo somewhere. So I think this is actually a good opening for black, I would think. I like how this has gone. For black, not too sure, like... Well, for one thing, you're going to have this open G file to deal with, and your light square bishop's on the other side of the board. Black might sometimes think about trading things off even. And now also black can even just take this pawn. Which is actually, I don't actually see a problem with it. I don't know why. I actually didn't even think about that yet. I was like, I do realize this pawn is hanging, but somehow I thought there might be something, but actually I don't see what there could be. Like, you can't even, I mean, you can play like this, but then you're hanging another pawn, so maybe you have to play like 92. And then, I mean, this also kind of blocks your queen out a little bit. Some slightly awkward development here. Eventually you could even think of something like this. I don't like this for white. It seems to me like we gave up a pawn, and we also don't have a great position for our troubles. So, okay, I'm favoring James in this one. okay, Sergio against Pete. They didn't really feel like playing. They already made a draw. Let's look at. Okay, so b3, b5, which is funny because as we all know that Pete likes to play b4, and in absence of b4, I guess he likes to play b5. And interesting. So he gets a similar kind of weird pawn advance going that you would get in the Polish or the orangutan. depending on your preferences. And after queen to e2, they just agreed to a draw. Well, I guess they didn't have anything to play for anymore. They wanted to make a short day of it. Didn't really feel like a fight. Okay, that's fine. That's fine if they didn't want to play. All right. So Jason against Leon. I think this is a duel of the juniors. Leon not having the greatest tournament. I think he was it last game where he was winning, but then he messed it up somehow. I think he definitely had some chances. Let's see what happened here. E4, E6. Okay, interesting. A French defense. And yeah. Okay, so B3. Once again, not something I'm familiar with. Wow, and some sort of gambit. Black could take this pawn. Let's see, like there's some opening, there's some games in this variation. Let's see where this would go. So knight c3, common move, knight f6, most common. Queen to e2, just attacking the pawn again, bishop e7. Yeah, I guess you're just gonna lose the pawn back. Not a very exciting gambit. Not very exciting. Okay, and then h4. Interesting. Okay, so this is apparently something that could have happened from this gambit, quote-unquote gambit. I'm not sure if we really want to call this a gambit, because you're just always going to win your pawn back quite quickly, I think. Unless black wants to play f5, which seems a little bit suicidal. Okay, so did not go for this. Instead he played c5, they traded these pawns, and yeah, now it looks a little bit unpleasant for black, maybe. But I think if it works out concretely, then it should be okay. Bishop e6, I assume. Yeah. Actually, it's fine. I guess it's fine. It looked a little bit annoying on first glance, but I think everything's just pretty normal. I assume that if you take, you're gonna just take with the pawn, and if you take with the bishop, I mean, still say that this is all pretty unproblematic. This pawn formation isn't actually such a bad thing, I don't believe. Especially in this kind of thing, I think especially here the pawn formation isn't really a disadvantage. You might get some sort of pressure here eventually if you get the a pawn going in some way. Also, it might allow you to shut down the bishop in some situations if that's necessary. Hello, Lutfi official. Good to see you, a new viewer. I am not 20. I am 25 actually. But I don't know why you would think I am. Or are you not talking about my age? I'm not sure. Yeah. But that is that. Okay, so this is the Leon game. No, actually, this is the Leon game so far. I think we went a little bit too far, actually. Oh, queen to e2 as well. Now, Jason really going for something. I'm not sure what he's hoping to achieve here, because like, okay, you might set up some sort of pin against this bishop, but like, well, what for? Okay, JK, thank you. Thank you for that. Anyway, I don't really see what queen e2 does. I don't like this move. Maybe Jason is feeling a little bit impatient. Maybe, I guess maybe his plan could be something like knight to c3 and then threatening to take and take here. And then in some situation there might be some pin, but actually there's also knight there, so I don't really get it, to be honest. I don't really get queen e2. Like, this bishop on e6 is very solid and it doesn't ever need to move. Although, okay, hold on, maybe he wants something like, let's say he had a knight on c3 already, which is of course not really relevant because black can just castle, but let's say he had a knight on c3 already. Well, I don't think this actually works, does it? You mean like knight takes f7 now? I don't think this works because like this knight is not pinned. So if anything, you would have to take here first, I guess. So now you could think of knight takes f7. But no, this doesn't actually work either because you're getting checkmated. So this doesn't work because your rook's hanging in the end, or your queen, or like, you know, you're hanging back rank with mate. Yeah, exactly. So this one doesn't work, even if you take the knight first. So yeah, I don't really think. Yeah, it might have been his idea. That's true. You might be right about that. Actually, that's a good idea to come up with for sure. But okay, let's look at the last game in the Masters section. It's Dylan against Andre. Andre with black. He's not having the greatest tournament. It's the under 12 champion of Ireland. And maybe he is finding the adults a little bit tougher than the 12-year-old section. Yeah, but he's been playing well. He just has had some unfortunate games as well. The last one, I don't think it was so great. I think he played a Sicilian like his opponent played a Sicilian, and I think he played sort of poorly against the Najdorf. He played one of these bishop f4 lines, bishop f4, bishop e3, bishop d3, sorry, and sorry, bishop c4, bishop e3. Sorry, my the board is not making sense to me right now, the coordinates. And it didn't really go well for him. Like, he mixed some plans, he tried to go for f4 eventually, but it didn't really pan out. That's the game I was talking about earlier. Okay, here we have another Benoni. We had one last round as well. I think that was in Lara against Jason. Lara played d4 and Jason went for a Benoni against her. Oh, this one's actually, oh, I like this. A Banco Gambit we have. And Dylan is playing my favorite variation, the Queen to c2 variation. This is my personal favorite against a Banco 2. I like this one. The point is that you play a quick e4, and you want to capture back with the bishop so you don't lose any time. I will not ever play with you. Thank you for the follow. Do you mean because I play queen c2 against the Banco, or do you mean because I said Andre might be struggling with the adults, which is, it seems to be true. He has been struggling in this tournament. He's on half a point, half out of 4, for 1500 performance. Yeah, but okay. Let's see how he does this game. So Dylan, actually, for those of you who missed it, he is, or he used to be, a chess YouTuber. Him and another streamer or another player from England ran the chess YouTube channel, Chess Lifestyle. If you've ever heard of them, they did they did different kinds of videos. I think Dylan, he had some like videos about chess and philosophy, which were kind of fun. And I think I was told he now works for Chessable in London. So that's why he is attending. Actually, he is from the US, so. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Andre is the champion of the under 12s, and he is sort of being thrown to the sharks right now. This is a really tough tournament for anybody, really. Well, not for anybody, not for Magnus, but let's say it has a GM in it and it has a WGM in it, so it's a very strong tournament. And it's completely normal, of course, that Andre will struggle more than in the under 12s in this tournament. I mean, to be even in the master section at age 10 is, of course, great already. Let's see how this game goes for him. Oh, I don't like b3 at all. I think b3 is not a move that you want to play in these sort of positions. I think you just want to develop normally, and when they give you this kind of position where you're actually just quite a bit better as white, I don't think you want to mess it up for yourself by playing b3, which invites all sorts of things. Like, first of all, you can just take this and then play here, and then you're just winning, because there's no way to defend the rook. So if Andre is paying any attention, he's gonna see that. Let's see if he found it. Oh, he did not find it. Andre missed the tactics. That's already, I mean, maybe winning is too strong, but like at least a very strong advantage for black on move 8 if he spots knight takes e4. But I mean, the thing is, knight takes e4, you're maybe not looking so much for it. Let's see how much time he spent. Yeah, basically just no time. He got 13 seconds for that move. That means he spent 17 seconds on making the move, which means he didn't really think about it at all. So he was basically playing on autopilot, which is actually very dangerous to do in the opening, especially when your opponent. I mean, it's fine if you know your opening and everything, and you know the line. You're like, okay, I know this move. You can play quickly, but when your opponent plays something very, very, very unusual like b3, I think it's always like so early. I think it's always worth it to ask you, like, to take some time and ask yourself, why is he playing this? Can he play this? Why is this move looking strange to me? And this one definitely looks very strange, to my eyes at least. So yeah, I mean, if you play here, then you can of course just go back with the knight. That's being the point. And then you have the same kind of position, down a tempo but up a pawn, which, you know, and this e-pawn is sort of crucial for white, because now white can't ever even break the structure. This pawn is going to be forever weak. This bishop is sort of, I mean, not very useful. This knight, actually, it's going. The only thing this pawn is really going to do is serve to stop this knight from developing to its dream square. Yeah, not a happy position for white, this one. So, but okay, none of this happened. And now Dylan is fine again. Actually, now Dylan is probably like, now the position is normal again, which means that white's going to be, just better, because the Benko is not the most solid opening in the world. So if just knight d2, and then if you take, then the knight gets to like the square it really wants to be on. This knight on c4 in these kind of Benko or Benoni kind of positions is always really, really crucial. Well, not even crucial, but really, really useful. Like, it covers all the important squares. So it covers the e5 square, where black's knight might want to go someday. It covers b2 in case there's ever any discovered attacks on the bishop. And it also puts some pressure on d6 if black would ever try to break with the e-pawn. So knight on c4, very, very good in these kind of Benko/Benoni structures. And yeah, actually he did play into this, and I think this is just quite really, really pleasant, really pleasant for white. Another thing is, of course, that this knight on c4 is on an outpost. This can't really be attacked by the b pawn, so it can't really be disturbed at all. The only thing would be if the knight goes here and here, and then, by that time, white has so much space to do other stuff that that shouldn't really be a threat on c4. Yeah. Okay. Somehow I'm very cold. I don't know why. Like, shouldn't be that cold in Germany right now, but somehow it is. Okay. A4. So okay, he didn't go for this, and Dylan went for knight to d2, which is interesting. I don't think you necessarily have to move your knight here. You can. I think it makes some sense when it's being challenged like this. So he decided to keep his knight and play a4. And now he got an even better outpost, or at least in some senses even better, on b on b5. Now the other knight can still come to c4. I think something like this would be incredibly good for white, especially white can then sort of double up on the b file. And then this knight can't really necessarily stay on the b file so much. Like, this knight is in some ways nice because it would keep pressure both on c4 and a4 if two pawns should ever end up there, or just in the event that things would get traded. But I think this is actually very unpleasant for Andre. I think strategically, if you give this to two grandmasters, I think white's going to win like 80% of the games, probably. I would guess. Well, not maybe 80, but actually maybe. I mean, if you ask the grandmaster this, I don't know. Like, if you ask Magnus how many times he's gonna win this against, I don't know, Hikaru, he's probably gonna give you a very high number of percent. But that's just my guess, because I don't know what these grandmasters would do, because I'm not one of them. So okay, and this is getting better and better for white. Now black's pretty much only asset in the position is gone as well, the dark square bishop. Now white just has a completely free game. I don't see how white could ever lose this game. This knight is fantastic. The queen can take up residence here. Going to be attacking this pawn. If black isn't careful, we can win this pawn. If black is forced to take here, let's say something like knight takes e4, b takes e4, which actually happened in the game. Yeah, this is just too good of a position. You shouldn't be able to, give this good of a position to white and survive for much longer, I would say. But okay, knight c7. Ooh, what? Why? Okay. So as soon as I say that, I think Dylan plays a horrible move. Now you might say, okay, this knight might get to the same kind of outpost, and then isn't it a problem for for white? Sorry. And I would say no, it's not at all a problem, because black's knight isn't actually doing anything here. You might say, okay, well, why is white's knight doing something here, but black's knight isn't? I would say because the white knight is actually putting pressure on an important square, and it's going to help you put some pressure on the king side eventually, positionally, while black's knight, whatever goes here, is just kind of stranded, especially also because black's knight can't go back to this square, while white's knight can always maneuver out like this. So if the play ever shifts to the king side, white's knight is going to be much quicker to the task than black's knight, which is always going to remain locked out on the wrong side of the board. And by the way, if the queen just goes to c3, it's going to keep the knight pinned to this a pawn, and the rooks can't stay on the a and c file forever. So that is going to be necessary at some point, and then the knight won't be able to move at all without dropping a pawn. So yeah, I think this is actually a very, very, very poor move by Dylan. Knight takes c7. Not good. So now I'm okay again with well, actually no, I'm still not okay with Andrei's position, because Andrei still can't ever really take here because a takes b is just way too powerful. If we look at this position, I think this is also just going to be tremendously sad for black in the long term. Like this pawn structure by white is going to be way too good. So even this, I don't think is gonna be fun, but I think the other one was even better. So, but he didn't take on b5 yet. I mean, I suppose eventually you're gonna have to, or you're gonna have to give up the b file. I'm not even sure what's worse. You're gonna just make a battery on the b file, and you're gonna be good. But okay. Moving on, I hope Diana comes soon because I will have to go teach a class in about an hour. But okay, we'll see. Also, by the way, when I'm talking about this, I just remembered if you go to or if you type exclamation mark Kranik, is it? I think so. Oh no, wait, it's Narek. So, like this. Wait, no. Exclamation part Narek. Like this. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yes, okay, so this brings you to the sponsor of this event, Chess with Narek, not Kranik. I don't know why I keep thinking that's the name. Chess with Narek, a chess teaching program or website, especially conceptualized for small children before reading age. It is, as I understand, fire this guy. Yeah. Um, it is, as I understand, based on voice instructions, so even small children can use it. Puzzles and stuff are the solutions are going to be explained through audio files, and yeah, that is going to be a useful tool if you have small children who want to learn chess, or big children, as Luke would say. But yeah, if you're curious, go check it out on the link. Okay, that ends the sponsorship segment. And yeah, this is still a very sad position for Andre. We'll hope that he can do something, but I doubt it. Pretty much rolling over. Okay, let's go to some of the other sections. Let's go to the major section. Oh, this is the challenger section, actually, where I think only 3 people can win. Dean Gorman is the only person on 4 out of 4. If he wins, he's gonna have secured the tournament. If he draws, I think one person can still catch up to him on board 2. Okay, so we see F4, a bird's opening, or bird opening, I guess. He likes slightly more unusual positions, I feel like. This is not necessarily the soundest of openings, but you know, definitely playable. Oh, someone else. People are very keen on taking with their f pawns in this tournament. I think that's another terrible example of people trying to open the f file without any good justification. I think this is a definite case of following chess principles and capturing towards the center. You really ruin your pawn structure when you capture with the f pawn. Like, it's going to be terrible in any sort of endgame. You're going to leave yourself with this backwards weak f pawn, e pawn, sorry. And e pawn is going to be made even weaker by the bishop on the dark square diagonal, because it's going to be hard to ever play e5 now if you trade off your f pawn. And yeah, it's going to be weak because it no longer has a protector. And let's say if the bishop somehow ends up on this diagonal, which is actually not very crazy at all, then you're going to wish you had that move back. So I don't know why people keep doing this. Last game, or last round rather, Yannick did it in the major section against his opponent. Also didn't turn out too well. Okay, so here he played bishop f3 first, and then immediately bishop g4 next move, which is odd, to say the least. So Dean also making some odd moves here, allowing the trade. And now playing d4, sort of locking out your own bishop with this move. I wouldn't hate this normally, because you can still play like bishop a3, trade off the dark square bishops, and maybe move your maneuver your knight back. I don't know, even like, you know, you have a lot of time in these close positions. You can pretty much choose where your pieces want to go, but you only have one knight left at this point, and I feel like it's going to be hard if like the knights end up on these 2 squares. It's going to be hard for white to claim any advantage. And for now, you made your bishop bad. You have your central pawns all on dark squares, while black has them all on light squares. But he has the dark square bishop, so you just made black's life a lot easier by trading sort of prematurely. Don't scare the intern, he's trying his best. As I said, I'm gonna go on strike soon anyway. I demand better wages. I demand health insurance and paid vacations. I won't take this any longer. Anyway, yeah. So Black Knight got there quicker. I don't think actually it's necessarily too helpful to jump in that quickly, because after White plays 92, you're just gonna have to trade it because you can't allow White to take. Otherwise, your pawn structure is gonna be finally completely ruined. But even here, like, I don't really see why Black should be worse. In fact, I would say that now Black must be a little bit better, because just the bishop's just better than the White counterpart, and now there's no easy way to trade it off anymore. Yeah. So I would say a little bit of an edge for Black, but nothing too major. Looking very, very drawish. But I don't like how Dean played this opening at all, after Black sort of gave him like a free opportunity to be better. Okay, moving on. Maybe let's go to board 2 really quickly, just to see what happened here, because as I said, I think Alex Harney, a white in this game, Alex can still also catch up to the tournament leader if he wins the game, and the other game ends in a draw or with a win for Black. So let's see. So interesting opening, c4. Yeah, it looks very reasonable so far for both sides. I kind of like White's position, I think. I think here you can really think of doing something quite soon. Actually, maybe you can even play c4 right now. And if Black would think about doing this, oh no, sorry, not this. Would think about doing this, you can take here, and you can maybe say that this pawn is less weak than this pawn. You can eventually even play e5. You can try to collect this pawn, and I think that would be a plan that you could go for. You could also try to manufacture some attack with this one, and then bring the bishops in, and maybe, you know, trying to generate some pressure on the king side with the bishops and the queen, and maybe some each pawn eventually down the road. Wait, this isn't Diana. Wow, we have another one. Another one of these very, very alert people. Oh, I don't like people who are so quick on the uptake. Hey Halvard, by the way. How's it going? Okay, so here. Wow, they're playing very quickly. Lucian is actually, he has more time left than he started with, and he's on move 17, so that's very helpful. Oh no, someone played a Scandinavian. Let's see if he knows how to punish a Scandinavian. Oh, that's Neil, who played the knight f6 Scandinavian. Actually, I used to play this a bunch. Unfortunately, it's not very good. But it can be tricky. It can definitely be tricky. The modern Scandinavian. Oh, okay. He insists on gambiting the pawn. I don't think this is actually a move. I think you just kind of have to take this pawn. I assume that playing c6 is quite bad here, because you're not really getting very much of an initiative just because you're playing c6. Like you're giving a move, but you're also like it's not exactly a win of a tempo even. But okay, he did not play that, and now it's probably good again for white. Let me see what the computer thinks about this one. Can we ban people playing this candy? Well, if he ever comes into the chat, Neil O'Shea, we can talk about that. But okay, here, if I ask the computer, it says this is +1, and yeah, I think that's definitely something you should take, this pawn, because actually one of the more dangerous points of this gambit is the quick queenside castling that you get. So if you take here, and if you get this sort of position, and they play d4, knight c6, one of the bigger dangers if white's a little bit careless and plays something like this, and let's say bishop e2, then you get queenside castles, and already it's quite uncomfortable for white. You really don't want to allow this necessarily. So one of the main points of this opening, especially when they play with knight c3, is to get this sort of quick queenside castle and get an initiative and attack. But with c6, you're sort of switching plans. Now you're saying, okay, I'm just going to develop more quickly, but it's not really, you're not really set up for this, because you're not actually developing more quickly. You're just one tempo ahead, but one pawn down. And if you imagine white to be a tempo ahead in the starting position, you can say this is a 4 knights game for white. Black is basically playing a 4 knights game for white, except without a pawn. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird way of putting it, I guess. And the pawns are traded together, but like, you know what I mean. Anyway, more on opening philosophy later. Yeah, okay, this is actually sort of a common thing that happens in many Scandies. This is a very common theme. This knight to e5 and then allowing g4, and the bishop runs out of squares a little bit. The knight also protects f3, so if the bishop goes this way, you can just go f3 as well. And this is actually very dangerous, and I think black is going to find that they're going to be suffering in this game. g4 and h4, and then you have to sort of do something about this, but now you allow knight takes g6, and if the f-pawn has to recapture, there's actually another theme. Here, the whole plan, this actually shows just how dubious it can be to capture with the f-pawn. Here, the whole plan of white's opening, or not opening, but like this little intermezzo plan here that he had, was to force this kind of structure on black. Black should have probably played h6 instead of h5, so for it to not be quite as weak. But still, it's such a big achievement for white to make black take with the f-pawn. And if we look at the other game that we had before and the challengers, here in this Dean game, where black captured sort of voluntarily with the f-pawn, making this kind of weak pawn structure and allowing white to control of some squares permanently. If we compare this to what happened here, white at least had to put some effort into it, but now, yeah, it still looks quite dire. Okay, so this is cute because queen cannot take the pawn because it's gonna get trapped, unfortunately. Or it has to go to g2, where, yeah, I mean, just gonna get mated probably in some way, like the rooks are coming in, bishops coming in, knight, queen's coming in. This is not pleasant, so we couldn't take this pawn. Oh, I think white hung a pawn here. Yeah, so white sort of hung this pawn, maybe. I mean, you can either take this pawn or this pawn. I mean, this pawn's gonna fall, but it doesn't really matter because you're gonna get two pawns. So maybe you take this one first, and then rook takes, and here, and actually you can even take the f2 pawn. I don't know. Anyway, this looks like it's letting black off the hook a little bit, but okay. So this one might be heading for draw territory now, and let's finally look at David Houston. Houston. Let's see actually the standings in the major section. Let's see rankings after round 4. So Lukian is in 1 with a clear point ahead. So he's on 4 points, and then there's a bunch of people with 3 points. 5 more people on 3 points. So they could theoretically catch him if he loses. But as we said, probably looking like he's not going to lose. Although, I mean, this is, you know, not inconceivable that black might be able to come up with something here if he keeps the game going. So some people might be able to catch up to Lukian in this scenario. We'll see. We will see. But okay, for now, let's go back to the Masters for a little bit. Let's see how things have been developing. I really hope Diana's gonna be done with her game soon. Oh, hey Stella, how are you doing? Back from Henry's class. That's good. We are having class in 38 minutes, but Diana isn't back yet, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen. I might have to postpone the class or something. Maybe we can start a little bit later or something like that, if Diana's not back in time. Okay, so I don't like, as I was saying, I don't like what happened here for Lara. Although I'm not too sure about knight h5 either. I think the bishop didn't belong on f4, and forcing it back to c1 is actually only helping white. Like, I think it's actually quite poorly placed on c4. We play something like c5 instead. I think that might be more to the point. But okay, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about this. But okay, so Lara Lara took the opportunity and pulled her bishop back to c1. Now she took and played c5. Okay, still no bishop g2. I think Lara is really going to be questioning. We're going to be questioning Lara's Catalan credentials if she just completely neglects putting the bishop on g2. Bishop b2 first. She still refuses to play bishop g2. I'm sure it's also like still, it must be still the best move here. I can only imagine, because the light square bishop seems to be clearly more dedicated to this task than the dark square bishop, who It might belong on b2, but it might not. It might at some point go somewhere else. It might go to a3, you never know. And this is defended sufficiently for now, so I think bishop g2 would have been my preferred move here even. But okay, she went with this. And now finally bishop g2. Yes, okay. So she did eventually end up with the bishop on g2, and here we have these hanging pawns, hanging pawn structure. But we do have the double fianchetto. We're gonna have, yeah, actually I don't like white's position that much. I mean, we do have these double fianchetto bishops, but we're not castled yet. Our queen is going to struggle a little bit to find a good place, because the knights are just nicely controlling some of the central squares and also the squares to jump to. Yeah. So I believe that black should be just a touch better here, but okay, it's definitely a game. Okay, so this is very concrete, piling up on the bishop. Okay, and I suppose you play. So okay, you have a choice: queen queen b3, queen d3, queen c2. I'm gonna assume that. Yeah, see, but this is sort of the annoying thing about getting castled so late, that you will have to deal with these sort of tricks. Okay, so let's try this first. The problem here is you're not really threatening anything. You can do all sorts of things here with black. It's a little bit difficult to calculate. Maybe more simple is this, where you force black to take, and then you have this here, and queen takes c3, and if black wants the pawn, I don't think it should want the pawn because your queen's gonna get trapped. Okay, so yeah, so this is not something that black can do. It's sort of a common theme, I guess, to trap the queen if it captures one of these a2 or b2 pawns. So yeah, and the point is of queen d3 over, let's say, queen b3, that the knight's immediately under attack and you need to do something about it. Like, if you want to play f5, probably doesn't really do anything because you can just castle, and next move you can move the knight, and then it's just bad for black. So black can't really keep up the tension too well, and so I think after queen d3, white's just good to go. I think that's what that means. I think queen 3, you have to sort of, I mean, you can also take with the bishop first, I suppose, and then you can maybe pull the knight back if you really want to, but I don't think that can be sort of your intention. Oh, actually, never mind. Your queen's hanging. Your queen's hanging, so you have to take first. I forgot about that. Okay, so yeah, I think this should just liquidate for a little bit, and we should end up in a position like this, where maybe even the queens get traded, and can you play this? No, probably not. But you can't be too happy with this one because I guess rook e1 and white should be fine. And this, and like if the rook has to go back, then you're like forever tied down, and white can think of pushing the c-pawn and all sorts of ideas. And it should be at least fine. Because you can never take on c6, because then your rooks are going to get forked and all sorts of nasty ideas. Okay, let's go to the second game. Jacob against Alex. I think Alex is actually, I think these people who have 2 points, Alex, Anand, and Oshin, they already can't win the tournament anymore because Yevgenia is on 3.5 points out of 4, so they cannot catch her even if she were to lose against Lara, and also Lara would then have 4 points. So the only people who can win the tournament are Lara and Yevgenia. Actually, Jacob, maybe. Wait, did Jacob... No, Jacob lost, didn't he? So actually he's on 2 points as well. Let me just quickly check about that. At 2.5, I mean, sorry. Yeah, so Lara's on 3. Yevgenia's on 3.5, and then there's 4 people actually, with 2.5 points. So the only people who can win the tournament are Lara and Yevgenia. Lara needs to win, Yevgenia needs to draw. So Yevgenia looking good, but let's see how the battle for second place is going. Actually, we were just looking at this game. Were we? No, we weren't. Okay, let's just look at it real quick. Oh yeah, this was the one where White's bishop is a little bit awkward. C5, interesting. Oh, sorry. Commentating is taking its toll. Okay, interesting position. I'm not sure if it was necessary to play c5 here. So what if we take instead and queen takes? So we actually cleanly give up a pawn, but at least stop this. I don't think we're actually... Are we getting the pawn back here? I think we might get it back briefly, but I think allowing this is sort of worse. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, okay, it should probably be fine. But you're gonna have a weakness, and you're gonna struggle a little bit to defend this one. Like you're gonna have to have sort of an awkward configuration of pieces for a while. This is also a target. Eventually, you can have... You already have sort of 2 weaknesses in Black's position, maybe even like a third if you consider that the queen could ever come in and pose some threats together with the knight. And you don't really want to play this move to get out of this threat from the queen, because then you're gonna have the knight jumping in, and then you're gonna have to deal with sort of these things, maybe even like this as well. So this wouldn't be so pleasant. So I like white here. Let's see if Alex can finish the tournament on a win. He has 3 draws and 1 win. He won against Leon, but he made a draw against Oshin and 2 others against I think against Evgenia and against Jason, maybe. I'm not too sure, but anyway, our resident GM only on 2.5 points. He can't really be too happy with that, I don't think, especially considering the players he played, which are really good, of course, but not on GM level. But okay, let's see if he can have a good end to the tournament. I think he should be happy with this position. He can definitely press here and make Jacob really suffer for a while. Okay, let's look at Anand Kumar against Oshin. Where did we leave this one? Oh, this was sort of the Tarash one, where we weren't. I wasn't particularly happy about E3. I don't like E3. I think playing like sort of the main line here is better. I think we saw later that it just leads to an awkward position for black, for white. Sorry. That white doesn't really want to take here because then it's going to give a tempo for development to black. But at the same time, white's pieces are going to struggle for squares. Like this is the position we looked at. White's bishop doesn't really, well, actually one more move. This is the position we looked at, and it wasn't really clear to me at least, what white's plan is. The bishop doesn't really have a good move. The rooks don't really have any great moves. The queen doesn't really have too much scope either. So I mean, maybe the best move is to play bishop takes, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and then I don't know, like just trade down. But it doesn't really convince me too much. Like you're gonna play a3, maybe b4, sort of kicking the bishop out, and then sort of getting development done. But it's not too pleasant, I would say. Especially because if the knight ever moves, let's say you're gonna have some threats of knight takes f3 and then invasion with the rook. If you play this b4, bishop b2 too carelessly. So yeah, I wasn't super happy with this position for white, and now I'm definitely not super happy. Allowing the capture also doesn't feel great. You're gonna have an awkward structure because, I mean, generally these isolated queen pawns aren't the worst thing, but I think in this particular situation it's not so pleasant. Because your pieces aren't really coordinated too well to support any advances of the passed pawn, of the isolated pawn, sorry. Okay, so maybe we're getting there. This is also a bit annoying. Now playing b4 is going to be a little bit tougher. The knight can jump in. Okay, so a bunch of trades. Generally, as you guys surely know, the rule of thumb is if you have an isolated pawn, or if you're playing against the isolated pawn rather, then trades should be, you should welcome trades generally, because in an endgame, the fewer pieces are left on the board, the easier it's going to be to exploit this weakness. That's sort of the only weakness on the board. So if all the minor pieces come off, let's say, and maybe even the queens come off, then the rook endgame should be just very, very, very good for black. If it's, you know, traded into under the right circumstances. So this is definitely a plan for black here, and yeah, I like the way black's been playing. Very, very solid strategically, I think. Very principled. Looks good to me so far. And I would say that black is just better, slightly better, but better. Playing against this isolated pawn. that doesn't really have many prospects of advancing. Okay, even by the way, if you were to, let's say, trade knights at some point and sort of get rid of the isolated pawn, even then it wouldn't be too great for white under some circumstances, because the pawn on e5, it's a bit overextended, and you don't necessarily want to play f4 to support it too early. It's gonna make things a little bit awkward for your king. Wait, we don't have a board up on this one, which is a shame. It's my bad. Actually, like one of the mini boards. Okay, there we go. Now we fix that. Okay, there we go. All right, well, let's go to the next game. By the way, if anybody has any games to look at. Also, Diana's still not... Oh, there you go. Diana's back. Okay, good. That's just good timing. Did you win, Mirza Mondino? That's perfect timing. How did the game go? I'm not based in Ireland, future GM99. Draw, that's not bad. What did you play? Grunfeld? What do you mean? You said you were gonna play against the Caro. Or were you trying to mind game? Was this all a big mind game? We're like, yeah, I'm gonna play the queen trap line. You better prepare, I'm gonna play e4. Wow. Very convincing. You're just a great actress. Really giving rise to your or justifying your future career. This is very good. I like it. So when are you coming in? I have to go in 19 minutes, ideally. Mirza Mondino actually just completely trolling. A Grunfeld, like, how do you get into a Grunfeld? From a caller? How does that work? Also, what kind of Grunfeld did you play? I wanna know the deets. We can talk about it later, I guess. You're gonna come in now. Perfect. Come in, please. I need relief. Sweet Merzmondinic relief. Okay. All right. Whoa. What is this game? Let's just go back a little bit. Let's go back a little. Thank you, Howard. Okay, so this was the weird Caro-Kann. Even weirder than the one Diana was almost gonna play. Very odd. White just gave up a pawn for nothing, as far as I can see. Seems a lot better for black here. Okay, queen trade and ruined pawn structure. Does not look too promising. But okay, maybe white got some pressure. This knight is kind of nice here, because it can't be attacked. It can't be attacked by the bishop. It can't be attacked by any pawns. It can't be attacked by the rook either, because the bishop's taking care of that square. So this is sort of nice. Aha, and now maybe you're gonna win a pawn back. Yes, you won a pawn back. Wow, so white has actually been outplaying black here quite a bit. And yeah, wow, I didn't really think this was going to happen. This did not look very likely after this quite terrible opening that white had. But here I imagine white should be winning in some way. Maybe we take. And here, this is awkward. Maybe like here and here. And then the king is a bit misplaced and the pawns are weak, especially if the king is forced back and the rook comes in. Let's say you play something normal looking like this, then you're probably also already in big trouble. If you go here, maybe even, I don't know, maybe even run the pawn, I don't know. Like all sorts of things could happen here. It just feels like everything is really nice for white. With this passed pawn, there should be lots of chances to win. But okay. Okay, let's see Jason against Leon. Oh yeah, here Jason played this very strange Queen e2, and then just retreated the knight. Could have been played maybe. Yeah, maybe you're not like, okay, this is probably now okay, you're just gonna lose the pawn back. So now, yeah, I mean, now white is completely fine again. Again, didn't go great for Leon. I think he was playing too quickly here, probably. He still has a lot of time left. Actually, white never took the pawn. Interesting. But played d3 instead. Okay, that makes some sense. Prioritizing development over the material, that's like, okay, could probably win this pawn back eventually anyway. And now, for example, you could take it. Okay, so, oh, do I just end stream or, okay, that's fine as well. Then I'll just leave it to Diana now, and you guys can remember the nice times when you had a kind commentator. Actually, I just want to quickly look over Dylan's game. He was so winning. Very disappointing that he got into this position. Where did the rooks? Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. But okay, maybe still can bring some chances. I'll just yeah, calm down. Okay. I'll calm down. I'll see you guys next week. Well, not next week. What I'm talking about? I'm pretending I'm in class. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna do commentary, maybe or maybe not. I gotta go teach my lesson. Good timing. Where's Mendino? Good timing to finish the game. And okay, goodbye.